Hello and welcome to Umzansi Esports League by Nodwin Gaming, and welcome to week 4. This is 4th week where indeed, and rather, it's the weekend of course, and I certainly hope you're having a wonderful weekend. Right about now what's going to get started is 4 games back to back. We're starting the day off of course with FIFA, moving on into some more action with PUBG Mobile, and then it's going to be Tekken, and finally to close the day it is Counter-Strike, and that is the entire schedule that is running along Fridays, Saturdays and Sundays. Up until now, if you did not know about Umzansi, it's absolutely fine, but now you do, so this is it. You better start bookmarking your weekends because the party has just gotten started and it is every single weekend getting that much more aggressive. I'm your host, Blotto. Welcome to the FIFA segment. Joining me on the analyst desk it is none other than, once again, Phoenix. Welcome, dude.
Thanks a lot, Blotter, for the introduction, and I'm very excited because today we are just going to watch some action in FIFA 20, and I'm very excited because every time two players play FIFA, the game level is going very high, and if we talk about today's TheBeastBianchi versus Mobi.
Absolutely, I mean that is going to be a phenomenal match. Up until now we've seen Beast go in some very incredible beastie modes and bring in some wonderful goals, but on the other side I'm sure that Mobi is very well prepared to go against Beast today, because again, when it comes to the aggressive gameplay, Mobi has also certain level of skill that does give him that upper advantage against Beast, or we'll find out as the counters begin.
Absolutely, you're true. And if I talk about TheBeastBianchi, he's one of the most aggressive player I ever saw in the Umzansi League, because he know at which time he has just have to pass, and every time when I look at his game, he just provoked the opponent player to come towards him and break the formation of the opponent team and pass, and then he just scored a goal. That was one of the most amazing things that TheBeastBianchi did, and that's why he always got a upper hand while he was playing.
Absolutely, indeed, that is true. Now, talking about the entire season itself, when it comes to season 1 and the prize pool itself, that all these 8 players that are going to be in the FIFA 20 segment, what are they fighting for? The grand prize pool for season 1 altogether, for 4 games altogether, is 500,000 rands, and season 1 and 2 combined together, you're looking at a whooping 1 million rands. That is what is at stake, and of course, from that, of course, there's a certain cut that is being segregated amongst all 4 games, and in that, if you talk about just the FIFA segment, you're talking about 84,500 rands. So again, I mean, that's just the money part of it, right? The money, the prize pool, that's still not really the most epitome when it comes to the esports players, right? Because after all, it is the name that they want to be showcasing and proven worthy of, and of course for that it is the leaderboard that shall give them that wonderful victory. And as of now, the story is looking really neat, because we have Masoom on number 1 with 9 points. 3 matches that he's played, he's won them all.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And at the second position we have D-Work with 7 points, Abby Bros with 6 points, as well as Unfaced, and TheBeastBianchi, who's at 5th place with 3 points and played 2 matches. Metronome, Mobizilla, they are at 6th and 7th place. And if we talk about Dragon Miller, he's on the last position with 0 points.
Absolutely. As of now, the gameplay that's coming from Dragon Miller's side has not been up to mark, but the last game that we did witness Miller in, it was an incredible play, because Miller certainly did prove that yes, finally, even though no matter how many scores are being taken advantage of against him, it is absolutely fine, because he still was able to bring in a composed gameplay that is so very much required. Because again, I mean, Phoenix, you would agree, right? When you're playing with your friends, right, you end up getting down to 3-0 goal. Right? You do end up feeling a bit like, oh dude, you know what, let's restart the game, or let's just scrub it all off. But the way Dragon Miller played the other game was wonderful to see. But then again, today's not his day. Today we are of course looking forward to the Beast and that Beast mode.
Absolutely. And I'm just thinking that again he's going to score some 12-0 or maybe 13-0, because he knows that what he have to do. And I'm really excited that which team he's going to choose. Maybe it is going to be Liverpool or France, because these 2 teams are one of the most favorite from these lads.
Absolutely true. With that, of course, let's quickly throw it to our casters and get this game started.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. This is a game I'm excited for, Snare. We got Mobi from Bravado Gaming on one side and Julio TheBeastBianchi on the other side. Now, this game is complicated because you pinned Julio as the favorite coming into this matchup, into this tournament, Snare. Good reason. I mean, he's the beast for a reason, but he's had a rough start so far.
Yeah, he's currently 1-1, not looking as strong as he would have otherwise. But, we wouldn't have expected anything at this high of a level. Even the beast, right? He's a beast, not a god. So he will falter every now and then. Losses do occur. And it makes it more interesting at the end of the day, right? It would actually be an extremely boring league if at the end of the day we all look back, Julio mopped everybody 5-0. He's 9-0 up at the top like it's nothing. But it makes it a lot better the fact that he actually is in a competitive environment. He can bleed games. He can be in a difficult position.
The only thing I worry about now for Mobi, who's also had a very hard tournament, sitting 0-2 here, no points on the log just yet. And the first win he's going to try get is today against Julio TheBeastBianchi. I would not want to be in his position.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be the easiest thing for him to try and be able to pull off here. One of the things that's going to be happening here primarily with him is that he needs to try and we've spoken about this as many times as humanly possible, right? Get off the races as soon as humanly possible. Do not allow yourself to be put in a position where you're playing and fighting back from behind. But here, the game is leading up slowly but surely with the build-up. He is playing with France. As you know, this is my preferred meta team right now, even though the Beast is going to be the one that's sitting with the Liverpool squad at the moment.
Mobi,
what do you think,
Liverpool?
Liverpool?
Corner here. Could be dangerous. I'm more of a Liverpool man. I'm not going to lie to you. I think their wing-backs are just too good. But France, I'm never going to complain about them because they have the cheat code in FIFA, right? Mbappe. So, yeah. Both these teams, I think we can agree are the top teams at least. The one thing me and you can agree on.
Yeah, that we can definitely agree on. That in this meta, the way it's set up, definitely. It is these number 1 and number 2, France, Liverpool. It just kind of depends on what you want, right? If you want a much more balanced overall lineup, I think that France is definitely better. But you're just trying to get these goals in, as we often see coming in from the Beast. Then generally Liverpool is the way to go. He does have Wijnaldum now, trying to get some setup plays out onto the wings. The ball through onto Mo Salah. We don't have an opportunity just yet for a good goal through. This is actually some really nice defending from Mobizilla. He's not giving any opportunities. Yeah, he has space to dribble, but no space to pass.
But he sends it to Firmino in a dangerous spot here outside of the box. Gonna try for the shot, but gonna be blocked off. So like you said, Mobi's defense looking pretty solid, but Beast still has the ball, but gonna give it away there eventually. Nice. Oh, does he? Okay, yeah, he does. He does.
He'll be good. He'll be good.
Oh, what a pass!
Oh, what a true pass!
Here. What can Mobi
He's actually got the opportunity.
In the middle, he's got two bodies forward. He's going to send the pass back to Pogba. Pogba with some space, trying to get it to Pineda.
Oh!
Gets the goal. Mobi opens up the game here, Snare.
That's what we wanted to see. Mobizilla, Pineda getting the goal into the net. Beautifully done. Those wonderful build-up passes. Normally we see that the Beast is the one able to take huge advantage of these counter-attacks. But what a through pass from Antoine Griezmann down onto Mbappe. Opens up all the space, and eventually, yet again, we see it happen near post. Ball goes in, and we have the first goal off to the line for Mobizilla.
What a phenomenal goal from him. I think my one criticism of Mobi so far in this tournament, I feel like he was pushing the envelope, trying to play at too fast of a tempo. But there, he had a beautiful through pass, and he controlled it so well in the box. The composure was phenomenal. How is Julio going to respond? He tried for the through pass there, but he didn't manage to get it to Sadio Mane. So now Mobi back on the attack here. Griezmann in a good position, going to send it back to Pogba. Back down to Griezmann. Mbappe with the run once again, but the pass not going to make it through this time round.
Yeah, he's not going to have that opportunity now.
Julio
does manage to get the ball to Mane. This is not looking as good as he wants it to. He does have some options in the middle, but almost immediately we see Mobizilla bringing back all the necessary defense. Here's the chance though for the goal. Oh! Doesn't manage to go in.
What a save. What a save. That's like prime place to score in FIFA 20, especially from the near post. You expect a guy like Sadio Mane to put it away, but looks like Lloris just on the money right now. Not going to let that one through. So Mobi still holds his lead at 1-0 here in the first leg. Going to be passing
he's
down
still right now chilling.
Doesn't have to force anything. That's the point. He's up now. Julio has to bring the game to him, and not often we have to get to say that, but this is the reality for Mobi right now. But I still think one goal, he's not going to feel too comfortable here, Snare.
No, yeah, it's not going to be that easy for him in this particular situation. He definitely wants more before he's feeling super comfortable with this. But here's the other one. Oh!
How did he miss that? Oh, man.
Okay. That sucks, but it could be worse.
I'm sure he was swearing there in his lounge when he missed that. And now Julio going to be on the counter. But Mobi's defense making up for his lack of clinical finishing there on the offense side. He's going to have the ball once again. Going to keep possession. Hopefully give himself one more chance to go 2 up here. Missed that golden opportunity, but I can't cry about it for too long. Actually, that's a sloppy back pass, and now Julio in a decent position right now. Running the ball up the pitch with Mohamed Salah now to Mane in the middle. Mane holding onto it, but Julio's getting closed down. I think he's trying to play the slow game, but Mobi's marking it so well. Like every time he tries to hold the ball up in the top side of the pitch.
Yeah. But at the
Look
same
at
time,
Pogba's
though,
strength there,
that dude, I was about to actually comment on that and say, yo, look at this Paul Pogba guy just running by himself, holding off all these defenders. No possibility of the ball being dispossessed. Mobi's playing exceptionally well right now. As I say that, Costa's curse comes into effect. He immediately gives away possession. Now the Beast has an opportunity with a long run coming in from Salah.
Here. Salah holding on to it. Can he get the pass there? There's a player in the middle. Minamino has space and he gets the goal! Oh man, that chip pass from Mane to Salah there. Snare. Oh my god, that's just sensational.
That was something else. That was something else. Honestly, that was... Woo! That was one of the sexiest things I've ever seen in a long time. Coming in there from him. Wonderfully done. It manages to get over. Suddenly the ball gets threaded through. And there is in on the goal. Manages to draw this one up 1-1 in style. Reminding us of, yo guys, I still have this boss name out here. There's a reason why everybody feared me coming into this. But here, Mobi, okay, doesn't manage to find the opportunity to get the straight counter attack into the situation though. So game's still on. Game's still on.
Most definitely. And in such a great fashion, that goal, it was the swag, like you said, Snare, that really took that goal over the top. But both players capitalizing on a very well-placed through balls to give themselves the advantage. Now Mane is getting bodied there by the France defenders. And Mobi, yes, he had one unlucky play and to tie the game up 1-1, but his defense for the most part has been A-OK so far this match. Very solid, but now so much space here. Fabinho has some space around the box. Not going to go for the long shot, though. A bit too risky. Julio playing the possession game here. Biting out the clock here, 43 minutes in, but now dangerous steal. Mobi in a good position, Snare.
Yeah, he's in a very good spot right now. Getting through these passes, threaded through. I think one of the main things is that he needs to find an opportunity to at least, right, hold up this play for the first half, because he's gotten himself a very good boost of confidence. Being able to get that first goal, not conceding anything, and in fact, in my opinion, being more dominant here in this half. But he's still playing well. Still playing well. Here we go. There's one more opportunity. Ben Yedder. Oh, the pass doesn't come through properly. It gets tapped on. So it goes a little bit awry. So there's the first half, Constantine. And it actually is a 1-1 draw thus far. The Beast is not ahead as we expected.
Not yet, at least. I feel like there was only one really good opportunity for Julio, unless I'm forgetting one at the early parts of the first half. Was there one where yeah, okay, there was that Mane chance where he could have done a bit better. So two real chances for the Beast. But I think Mobi, the only mistake I really see from him so far was that chance he missed with Mbappe when he went for the near post where he just completely off target. I think that should have been a surefire goal, or he should have at least made the keeper save. But defensively, Mobi is looking really good. And like you say, I have to agree that he's been dominating for the most part the first half. It was a very close affair though.
Yeah, definitely a very close affair. We see now Mo Salah playing on the flank. He's out here. I think one of the things that we need to be able to find, right, in a major opportunity in the second half is a way, at the very least, like I was talking about, like being able to hold up the play, right? But he needs to also be able to frustrate Julio, because Julio is starting to get a little bit more into his rhythm right now. We see him getting a little bit more tippy-tappy, going up and down the pitch. Unable to convert this finally into the goal, though.
Mobi
However,
a chance to counter, but he gets snuffed out, and he's snuffed out in a dangerous position because now Julio is forward. Many bodies here, but he's going to play it slow. Julio doesn't feel rushed at all, but now gets a good pass into the middle. Mane looking for some space, but the tackle comes out perfectly from Mobi. Pass a little lackluster here, but he's still going to hold on to it. Ben Yedder down to Griezmann. Griezmann now has some space. Yedder gets dispossessed once again. Just seems like a dodgy character in the midfield for now, giving away possession twice there.
Really having a difficult time. I think, you know, that's one of those where the audience might be like, hey, substitution time, especially if this ends up leading to a goal. Looks like it might finally dispossess Rafael Varane deep inside the box. And he's able to find himself in a good position, stopping that ball from being able to go through.
But now Mobi, once again on the defensive end, his back line has just been near perfect so far. But now, what can he do on the counter? Still so many bodies behind for Julio. He's got his man Pogba though. Mobi very solid on that player. Tries for the long pass through, but not going to make it through this time. So Julio once again in possession of the ball. He feels like he's had it for the entirety of the second half. His player does run offside there, unfortunately, so he's going to have to play it slow again through the middle.
He's really finding a stride, which is part of the problem right now that they're really experiencing. The pace, the difficulties of this going out. Okay, this might actually lead into a goal because this is looking like he's setting up these passes quite well. Roberto Firmino not in position in time though, so Varane is able to prevent that from going in.
I can't tell if Mobi is reading Julio really well here today, or is Julio a bit off his game. It feels like a lot of his last passes are just not going the way you would like to. His players are making weird runs as well. So I don't know, just an unlucky day for Julio. But as I say that, Mane now in a dangerous position. Can Julio convert this? He's trying back to Firmino. Mane still has space. Can he go for the shot? But Firmino not going to go for it just yet. Going to play it slow, pass it back. Fabinho going to be dispossessed. Mobi, too good on defense there.
Jeez, he's leveled up today, man. He's looking exceptionally good here on the defensive side of things. Nice back pass, though, coming in. The interplay with Roberto Firmino and Minamino. Unfortunately, doesn't end up converting into anything real thereafter. So we will just be drawn back slowly. Back into this middle of the pitch.
Mobi just can't string any passes together in the midfield. It's becoming a bit of an issue for him. He can't get out of his own half. He's been dispossessed like three straight possessions now from Julio. And he's playing it slow. Finally going to make it out of his half now. What can he do with it, Snare?
That's the complication. I was about to say, at the same time, as much as he's not able to build up out of his own half, he's also not really in a position where he's being kept down. Oh, almost there's the pass through. Griezmann, his feet on the ball. It doesn't end up being anything special though. Mo Salah, he might have a chance at the counter attack here. He's going in. Look at this dribbling run. What a last minute touch from Pavard, preventing that from going through. So that is going to lead into the game. Still continuing somehow though. Beast still regains the ball and he's out here. Here he is in the box. This might be dangerous because there's a lot of Liverpool players now pounding forward, giving an opportunity maybe for Julio to score again.
So much space here for Wijnaldum, who threads the pass through to Firmino, but once again, such a clutch tackle from Mobi. I don't know how Beast is just not getting these shots off. Mobi's just playing that 4D chess right now, reading him like a book. Now, Mobi maybe can look for another play. He hasn't actually had a single opportunity for this entirety of the second half. It's just been the Julio show, but the Julio show not paying off this time because he hasn't managed to get the goal he needed, but there's still 25 minutes left of standard time. Is he going to be able to do it in this amount of time, though, Snare, is the question, because we've had a lock here, 1-1 in the first leg. No player having an advantage just yet.
I kind of have a feeling that it's Mobi's game to be able to figure out. It does seem like Julio has hit sort of a brick wall that he needs to be able to develop through. But we'll see if he can make that happen, though.
We'll see how it goes. Julio once again in possession of the ball. Firmino holding on to it. Passing now to Wijnaldum. Back to Firmino. Could this be the chance that Julio is looking for? He sends it to Salah. Salah holding. Oh, he tries for the fancy pass, but again, Mobi's defense on the money. And now going to give himself a chance for a counter here. 82 minutes in, going to send the ball to Mbappe. Mbappe back to Pogba. Pogba looking for the next pass to Mbappe. Mbappe doesn't have the space. But Ben Yedder,
if my camera's turning on,
send it down to Pogba. Okay, he's going to slow it down. He's going to slow it down. Play the slower game. Didn't have that crisp opportunity to put it forward, but he still has possession, and that's the important thing now. Griezmann holding on to it, but Wijnaldum comes in strong and takes the ball away. But Mobi not faced just yet. Still has the ball. Going to send it back to Mbappe. Mbappe now to Yedder. Can he put it away? No! The tackle just in time from Julio. So the game's still tied 1 apiece. Just 4 minutes left of standard time. This might be Julio's last opportunity of this match to get a goal to put himself in a lead. But now it looks like Mobi going to have that chance because he gets a big steal. But the pass just not good enough. Where's the power, my friend? Oh, just too lackluster. If the ball made it to Mbappe's feet there, that was guaranteed a goal. I'm sorry, that would have just been great, but the pass, he did try it from the first touch on the turn. Didn't pan out, but Julio in a dangerous position, but he's going to get snuffed out again, yet again. He just can't break Mobi's defense right now. He will have one more opportunity here, though. He still has the possession. Can he get a shot off? Can he get a goal off to give himself the lead for the second leg? He's going to try. Oh, the block once again there by Mobi. Time has run out, and we're at a deadlock, friends. 1 apiece. Whoa, what a game. I don't think the fact that we only have one goal here between these two players, or sorry, 2 goals between them, really tells the full tale, because the opportunities have been there for both players. Julio was pressing the entire second half. Like, it was all Julio's show. But again, didn't have a great opportunity. Didn't have a look that was surefire, because Mobi was just reading the passes. I mean, his passes too great, especially in the 9-yard box. It was just too crazy. Very, very deadlocked game so far. We'll see in the second leg if players are going to play a bit more aggressive to force those issues for the goals, because we don't have to worry about goal difference in that. In the second leg, it's just about getting the win. But we'll figure out how it goes along. I think for now, I like what Mobi's doing. The first half, he dominated. The second half, it was more the Julio show. So we'll see how it goes in the second leg. I do think that Julio needs to sort things out there at the front end, because he actually didn't get a clean shot off in the second half. And that's scary to think about, the fact that he controlled the entirety of that half, right? He had the ball for most of that time. He just didn't manage to get off a good shot. So maybe you need to think about that going into the second leg. For Mobi, I think more of the same. I think his defense, again, was on the money. I was saying it the whole match. He's been defending phenomenally. But on the offensive end, again, in that first half, he had that clear look with Mbappe. He didn't put it away, which would have changed the game completely, because it would have been 2 up then, as opposed to the 1-1 draw we're in now. I mean, there's no saying, that's not to say Julio wouldn't have got the goal, but I think the game is very different at 2-0 than at 1-0. But we'll see how it goes. He had a couple of good chances there at the end as well, and Mobi with some clutch steals, but the pass again from Ben Yedder to Mbappe there in the 89th minute just wasn't good enough. We'll see how it pans out in the second leg. I'm curious to see. If I have to make bets, I don't know who's a betting man in chat. I don't know who you guys are betting on for the second half. It's going to be Julio. Is it going to be Mobi? I'm not sure. I can't say. I'm just a humble man here, critiquing whatever goes down, or commentating rather. I'm not a critique. Not for FIFA, at least. Anything else? We'll see how things go. I wonder if the clubs will be the same as well. I feel like both players are very comfortable on the clubs. I think if I look at Mobi, the way he controlled the ball with Pogba, the runs he made, you can see he's very used to playing with the France team. And Julio, again, Liverpool is what he's played with all tournaments. So we'll see if he keeps up the momentum. We do see Liverpool and France picked up once again. We'll just figure out which player is playing what when the graphics go up. It will be actually Julio back on the side of Liverpool and Mobi with France. We tied up at 1 apiece as we head into the kickoff of the second leg here. Who's going to take the lead? Who's going to make it through with the W here in the Umzansi League? It's going to be Mobi with the ball now, though. Making the run here on the left wing with Mendy. Mendy to Griezmann in the middle. That's such a clutch pass, but just doesn't make it to Griezmann's feet. I bet you will actually daisy from Mobi waiting till the very end instead of moving Griezmann forward to receive that pass. But all good in the hood. He's going to still retain possession of the ball here at the end of the day. Passing around nicely here. Kante holding on to it. Going to send it to Ben Yedder. Yedder, what the... Man, Ben Yedder's passing throughout the series has been dismal in the midfield. Feels like every time he has the ball in the front, in the box, he puts it away. But in the midfield, it's been a bit iffy so far. The passing has not been great from him. That's not what he's known for, though. That's not what the players pick him for. He's got I think he's very good off both feet, if I remember correctly. And now, Julio in a dangerous position here. Andy Robertson trying to send the ball back to the middle here. Firmino going to get bodied by Kante, but now Julio going to be awarded the free kick. Oh, plays it short, tries to send it forward there. That was so close. Such a quick free kick from Julio. Very decisive, but his plan just didn't work out this time around. And Mobi will have a chance to counter-attack here. Still so many red bodies forward. Liverpool defense looking solid for the moment. And Mobi's not trying to rush it. He's trying to play through the midfield. But again, a sloppy pass. He's just turning the ball over way too much on the side of Mobi Zilla, giving Julio these chances to counter-attack. And this could be dangerous. Look at this passing going through. Mane has a lot of space, but not enough space to get off the shot. I don't know if you guys are seeing what I'm trying to explain here. It doesn't feel like Julio, even though he's getting a lot of counterattacks, even though he's controlling the game in terms of possession-wise, he's not getting any clean shots off, which is a bit worrying. It's not something you often have to say about Julio. But despite him winning 10-0, or if he wins 1-0 or he's drawed, he's always going to give 100%. Till the game is over, he's always going to be a threat. So don't count him out just yet. It's still 1-1 in this best-of-2 tie, so no player has an advantage just yet. Both players looking to give themselves that advantage. But Mobi not going to find it this time around because Julio read that pass like a book. And it's so weird. You think they should be counter-attacks every time one of these players come off the attacks, but the backlines, they're not. Nobody's playing a high line today. Keeping that stone wall right where they should be in the defensive areas. Don't pull your wingers up too far. Your wing backs at least. Oh, Ben Yedder. Nice pass to Mendy here. Mobi in some space. Got a lot of bodies forward. Can he crack open that second goal that will give him the advantage in this series? Ben Yedder in a dangerous position right now. There was a space there for a pass into the middle, but didn't try for it. And now Mobi going to lose the ball. Mobi a chance for Julio to counter-attack. It's a 3-on-5. But a lot of space though is the main thing for Julio. He's going to hold on to it. Doesn't make a quick pass to Mane. He's just looking for that final touch. That final pass. Mane now in a dangerous position. Going to send it to Salah. Can Salah get the shot? No, he can't. Oh, he tried, but it was blocked. Whoa, that was scary. I thought he was going to retain possession after the block. And oh no! What a bad back pass. That's going to be the thing to split up in the game. No, it isn't. Sloppy from Mobi. Sloppy. How can he make a back pass like that? There was only one Liverpool red forward, and that's the man he was passing to. I mean, mistakes happen. Luckily, he wasn't punished for it yet. But Julio still has another chance because he gets the corner. Going to pass it out here. Firmino holding onto the ball. Mobi will kick himself if he concedes here, I think. He's going to get the cross through. Is it going to be? Oh, doesn't make it to the striker's head. Doesn't make it to the striker's head. Julio in a dangerous position. Gets off the shot. But Lloris would once again coming through with the clutch saves. But so much pressure here from Julio. Getting another corner. Starting to mount for Mobi. Is he going to crack or is he going to hold strong is the question. Julio playing it slow. Doesn't feel like he has to force anything here. Trent Alexander in a good place. Minamino Natu. Oh! Salah almost got off a great shot there. But Mobi finally gets the ball back in his own possession here. Passing it around nicely. Oh, Julio's putting a lot of pressure here to his onto his back line. Every time he's passing the ball, he's running his players forward, looking for those mistakes, trying to force the mistakes. But not this time, Mobi says. Oh, I say that, but Julio managed to get a touch on that. And Mobi playing this game a little too slow for my liking. It's not like he's winning this tie. It's still drawed one apiece, and I don't think you want to be playing for draws at this point in the league, especially if you're 2 losses down if you're Mobi Zella. Want to apply that pressure. You want to get that win. And again, another sloppy pass in the midfield. Just turning the ball over to Julio. Julio going to make a run forward. You're getting Minamino involved here. Minamino back to Firmino in the middle. Firmino is sitting on a yellow card. And oh, this could be the chance. Julio trying to tee it up for Firmino. But the tackle once again from Mobi. His defense is just so damn good today. I can't emphasize how great he's defending. Julio just not getting any opportunities no matter how much possession he gets. But alas, he'll be looking once again. Passing the ball forward. Fabinho holding onto it in the middle. Down to Mane. Mane in a rough position. He's just going to get bodied out of the ball there. Off the ball, rather. That's the correct way to say that. Julio. He got so much possession this game. I would love to see the stat if the FIFA guys or the FIFA game would put it up, but who knows when that'll go up. We'll see maybe at the end of the first half what the possession stats is looking like, but it's been Julio with the ball. I feel like, okay, 80% is exaggeration, but for most of the time. Now you might be able to crack open a chance here before we go into the second half of the second leg. Salah in a dangerous position, getting bodies forward. Ronaldo looking, he's going to try for the shot. No, he's not going to go for the long ball. Minamino going to get dispossessed, and we're going to go into the second half of this second leg and still tied up one apiece. Nobody has scored yet in the second leg. And look at that, Mobi hasn't even had a shot, let alone a shot on goal. It's been the Julio show, but the Julio show for what, ladies and gents? He still hasn't scored second goal. This game is at a deadlock. I don't know what to say about it. I mean, although I'm criticizing Mobi in the midfield, in the attack, he's not getting passes through, he's not getting chances for counters. His defense has been infallible. Yes, he conceded 1 goal, but that was just more like a gap through the counter-attack. It wasn't him defending badly, I would say. In terms of just trying to craft the play, Julio has not had a single chance. Not one in the second leg. And Julio's still going to hold on possession. Might be the second half, but doesn't look like the game plan is changing for either of these players. Julio still holding onto the ball. Going to send it to Mo Salah. Yeah, Salah going to be dispossessed by Pavard. Would seem like... Does seem like Mobi has the opportunity here. He's passing the ball nicely. Griezmann with a lot of space. Back to Mbappe. Mbappe in a dangerous position. Looking for the pass to Griezmann. Griezmann got it. He got the space. He could get another goal. No! Man, oh man, that was close. Oh, you think he'd put it away there. What beautiful passing from Mobi. Creating such a great opportunity. But the finish, just not good enough in the end. Julio still with the possession, looking for his chance, but again with a sloppy pass, not going to make it through this time round. We're in 55 minutes. This is the second leg, so both players in for maximum effort right now. The goal right now at this point in the game kind of changes the complexity for the entire match, because we are at this deadlock. Whoever gets that goal will feel a lot more comfortable, because again, from both these players, the defense has been very good. Is that sentiment going to last till the end of this match, though, is the question. Minamino going to pass it back to Firmino. Firmino down to Salah in the middle. Salah to Mane. Can Julio put this away? Salah is in such a dangerous position. Going to hold on to it, but he's going to get tackled. Does get the corner, though. He forces it. Now, going to play it slow once again. He never crosses it in, it seems, for Mr. Julio. He rather likes to play it slow, which I agree with. Give yourself a fair opportunity, and that fair opportunity almost gets granted. Mane hits the crossbar. Oh, there was so much space. The shot near perfect, just inches off, and that would have been a goal. But this might be another opportunity. The shot comes out, but Julio just can't finish. He sends it right to the keeper. Oh man, Julio not as clinical as he usually is, it seems, today. Getting unlucky with the crossbar, and now just the second finish, not good enough, but again, he'll give himself another chance. Mane in a dangerous position. Arnold trying to get it to Mohamed Salah, but the pass going to get read out perfectly from Mobi, and now Mobi will look for a counter of his own. Going to hold the ball here in the midfield. Pogba over to Pavard, switching up play here. Still holding it slowly, passing around in the midfield. Much better passing from Mobi than we saw earlier. And now he puts the ball in a dangerous position, but no! His striker just didn't read that properly. He sent the run way too forward. I don't know what happened actually. Maybe he was trying to pass a bit more forward because he was controlling the striker. Maybe look for a through pass and hit a normal pass instead. But now has a lot of space. Griezmann going to try run through. He's got some space, but Mbappe couldn't thread the pass through. Julio reading the play very well now on both the offensive and defensive ends. Julio once again going to give himself possession of this ball, give himself a chance to go 2 up here, or 1 up, 2-1 up in the series. Passing the ball to Wijnaldum. There's a lot of space. Is he going to try for the shot? Going to try for the pass instead to Mane, but once again, Mobi going to snuff that out. This game, it's a deadlock. The defense, how these players are reading each other right now is actually a thing of beauty. Yes, we're not getting a lot of goals like we usually see in these matches, but the defensive, it's actually a defensive masterclass we're seeing from both players, especially from Mobi. I mean, the amount of pressure Julio's putting on him, and the fact he's only conceded 1 goal is a feat on its own. But it's not a feat he's going to be happy with, because again, he's looking for that W here. He needs his first win of the Umzansi League, and Julio's not looking too hot either, only with 3 points in the league. Both these players going to be out for blood here, looking for that win. A draw ain't good enough for either of these guys. Who's going to get the win is the question. Julio almost had, if he retained possession of the ball in that spot, it would have been dangerous. Now Mobi, oh, that was close. I was going to say cool, calm and collected if he got that pass off cleanly, but in the end he still gets possession. He still holds the ball and he doesn't concede. So the main objectives are completed. And now look at this ball from Pogba to Mbappe. Mbappe got space. He's got men in the middle. Can Griezmann finish him? No! Mbappe's pass just wasn't good enough. Oh man, looked to be a golden opportunity for Mobi. Just passed up in the end. Pass there. I think Mobi going to kick himself thinking about that play if this match ends in a draw here. Because that looked like he's saving grace. He's one chance to put himself up in the series. Kind of wasted, but he still has time. He still has possession, and he's in a great position right now. Mbappe with the space. He tries for the tackle. It's a 3-on-2. Can Ben Yedder put this away? No, he gets caught by the defender, and he fumbles the pass. Mobi with all the opportunities, but no finishing just yet. Man, oh man. And now, it looks like Julio's going to retain possession in a dangerous position here. Or regain possession, rather, should I say. This match is an absolute nail-biter right now. Only 4 minutes left. This could be Julio's last chance in the game. But it's going to get snuffed out. Mobi gets the possession. But he gives it right back up. Oh, no. Julio, this could be his final chance of the game. He's in a good position right now. Fabinho holding on to it, passing back to Wijnaldum. Doesn't have to rush it. He just needs one chance here to put himself ahead. Can Julio do it, though, is the question. Firmino to Mane. Mane in a great place. But a lot of defenders around him. Too much pressure. He tries for the pass through, but not going to make it. And now is Mobi going to have his chance to put himself one up? It's a surefire. Surely should be the last player of the game. And Mobi going to lose possession. Julio going to have the last touch. And the whistle is blown. It's going to be a draw at the end of the day, ladies and gentlemen. It's 1-1. Both these players walk away with 1 point. Neither of them with the victory. Kind of sad for both of them. You'd think somebody was going to get the win here. But I think the draw is a fair result at the end of the day. I feel like Julio had the possession, but he didn't have the chances. I feel like Mobi had the chances, but he didn't have the finishing. So at the end of the day, both players played a very good game of FIFA, especially defensively, but not a perfect game. So in my opinion, the draw is a very fair result, guys. Panelists, do you guys agree with me?
Thank you so very much, Akhtar. I mean, that was an incredible match coming in from both of these sides. Both of the lads played it wonderfully. And again, I mean, the result showcases it all. Because after all, it is a draw.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just hoping that BeastBianchi is going to win the match. But if we look forward, that Mobi, Zilla and BeastBianchi are kind of same. Their playing style is same. The game they played also same. And if we talk about the game is quite balanced. If someone tries to attack, then the defense work and then the counter attack. The game is quite going in a to and fro motion, and that's how we can saw a draw.
Well, absolutely, that is true. I mean, that is what resulted in the draw itself, because we saw both of these lads, as soon as the game started off, did showcase a very synergistic play amongst the team members themselves. But when it came to actually coming down to the aggressive side of things, bringing those goals into your team's favor, that was not able to be capitalized by both of the lads. I mean, as soon as the game started off, we saw Mobi in a very aggressive stance in match number 1, and he was in control. He was in a very composed gameplay, controlled gameplay as well. But eventually, as we moved down from that match 1 to match 2, that shifted towards the beast mode itself. BeastBianchi picked up that roulette and moved that along with that aggressive play. But again, as you move on down to the match 2, the scores still remained tied.
Yeah, that's true. And let's like Blora is saying, the position, he have 57% of position, which is quite high. But if we talk about the game, it was like in the first leg, both players showed some type of aggression, but after that maybe they are trying, and they're still trying to score some goal. But the defense, I'm just literally stunned, because I thought that the aggression from BeastBianchi's side is very amazing, but today I saw the defense is also good, because he knew that at which time he have to block the ball, at which time he just have to use the goalkeeper as well. We saw that Mobizilla also trying to shoot, but unfortunately goalkeeper is just standing in front of him. He's not giving him any chance to score a goal, and that's why we just saw a draw. And I'm very amazed at what they are going to do in their next match.
Absolutely true. I mean, that is something that, I mean, one speculation that can come in from the desk is certainly going to be the fact that next match comes up, they are certainly going to be trying to win the match. They're certainly not looking forward to a draw, because it does end up not favoring them when the leader points are concerned. And the leaderboard's points is what we're talking about. So let's segue in with the leaderboard itself and quickly understand where has the story led us thus far. So of course, we just witnessed the game between BeastBianchi, and Beast is still on the 5th spot.
Okay, because he's just going to get 1 point after a draw maybe, and this is going to be 4 points, and he's just going to be on 5th point, because 5th position, because Unfazed have 6, Abby Pros have 6, Divak have 7, and Masoom have 9. And if we talk about these players, they are quite going a little bit quite strong because Masoom have a big lead. He just want to keep winning, and if he draw a match, if he draw his next match, then it is not going to affect him much because he is on the first. He maybe get down to a second or third, and he can maybe climb as well because we saw great aggression from him side as well. But I'm looking forward to BeastBianchi's side because he is one of the most aggressive player we saw in the first day and second day as well, and I'm hoping that he is going to maybe just use his aggression in a good way. He also used that, but unfortunately he didn't score second goal and won the match, and let's hoping that what is going to happen in next day.
Absolutely true. I mean, we shall keep our fingers crossed and certainly hope for the level best when it comes to all the lads, of course, because all of them have had a very interesting run, apart from maybe one or two. But then again, that is how the story goes on in any league itself. There are certainly going to be ups and downs itself. And with that, of course, ups and downs, we are also at the end of our segment when it comes to the FIFA 20 segment, of course. We do have 3 more games lined up, but that will start taking place after a very, very short break. So stick around as we go on a very short break, because coming right up is some aggressive PUBG Mobile. Hello and welcome to Umzansi Esports League by Nodwin Gaming. You're joining us live on Jinx TV. Certainly hope you've had a wonderful weekend, and today, as we bring the Sunday down to a close, right now what's about to get started is some aggressive, some incredible PUBG Mobile action that itself is in round 2, which implies 24 teams are part of the league right now. But as we move on forth, slowly and steadily, that number is going to dwindle all the way down to 16 teams that will be part of the finals, of course. But more conversation shall be carried on the desk, but with the analyst. So let me introduce the analyst, the incredible personality, the humble man. It is none other than Pain Fixes, joining me once again. Welcome back, mate.
Thank you so much, Blotter. And yesterday we saw JXP temper absolutely on a prowl,
Wow.
but there was Team Vibe who also won one game. But
Yes.
if you take a look at the teams that are going to be playing today, there will be certain few other names that are definitely gonna pop off. But before everything, we will have to take a look at the prize pool.
Absolutely, because when you talk about that prize pool for the Umzansi Esports League, you're looking at 1 million rands in total. That is combined season 1 and 2, off of which PUBG Mobile itself, the segment with the highest weight, it is 493,000 rands exclusively set aside for PUBG Mobile teams. And indeed, like I just implied, 16 teams amongst the 24 are going to be able to grind it out for that lump sum. But indeed, right now, that story is a little far away, because right now we're in round 2, where indeed, apart from Group A, all the other teams that are part of Group B and C, they have 3 matches remaining. And in those 3 matches, they better be able to get away from that relegation zone.
Absolutely, they will have to do whatever it takes to come out on top. And there is one team that definitely comes to my mind. In fact, two, NF Unique and Quiet Storm Esports. Two teams that we had seen performing very well in the first rounds, but somewhere they have dwindled across the line in the second rounds, and they really have to step up. But talking about the teams that have done really well is Gamers Gamers United Nations.
Absolutely. Another team to generally, of course, mention is certainly going to be Gun. Along with that, of course, we do have the overall standings on our screens where you can see that JXP Temper is on an incredible Mount Everest sort of a lead with 202 points to this team, 3 chicken dinners. As we move on along to the third spot, it is, of course, Dark Dragons. That is a team that is going to be playing today. And as was mentioned in that previous page, of course, was House of Anubis, another team coming in from Group C that I look forward to for their game today.
Absolutely. Alongside, I think House of Anubis, there will be other teams that will have to, step up. But right now, we have seen 16 teams, but these are the teams that are in trouble. So, Quite Storm Esports, Team NF Unique. I am looking out for these two teams specially. So we will have to see as to how or in what manner are these two teams gonna play, and whether or not they're gonna get a chicken dinner. So let's take a look at today's groups, the teams that will be participating. So we have Group B, Team NF Unique, Gamers United Nation, Outsiders Official, Natural Kill is also a team that has been performing really well. Reluctant SA also being one of those teams over here. But Quite Storm Esports, Immortals, and Ikasi.
Now, talking about Group E itself, one team that we did not mention has to be Immortals.
Yeah.
Immortals is that one team that every single time we see those players from ITZ trying to clutch it out, trying to bring down early fights into the match itself, but eventually are not able to capitalize on it, and thus leading them into the bottom 4, and thus they are still part of that relegation zone.
Yeah, that they are. But taking a look at the teams that will be playing from Group C, Team Vibe, we saw them players put up some immaculate gameplay yesterday. They were so impressive, taking the chicken dinner in the first game, but somehow kind of crumbled down in the second game. So eyes will be on today as to know whether it was a fluke or are they really getting in the momentum.
Absolutely. I mean, getting in the vibe is what it is for this team, because after all, we know for a fact that when it comes to round 1, team was very much in the vibe. They were very much looking sorted and real good and very comfortable as well with their gameplay, as well as the synergy between the team members themselves. But yes, that is true that in round 2 they've kind of had a bit of a rough start. But nevertheless, as we move on along, of course, one of the major important things that does factor in as you move on from matches to matches is going to be the point structure itself, and indeed it is going to be a very standard match.
Yeah, this is a standard point structure that we have been following from quite some time. And for the first position, you get 20 points, and for the second, 14, followed by third, as you get 10 points. Then it gradually decreases down, and from 11 to 16, you get just that 1 point. But the best part about this point structure is that for every single kill, you have that 1 point.
Absolutely true, and for those kills, they are the most important things, because getting those clutches in your favor does not matter how many placement points do you have, because JXP Tempo in previous 2 days gameplay has showcased they were second, but ended up being first because they had 14 kills or somewhere along the line, thus bringing them much more than what the chicken dinner team was able to do as far as the kills was concerned. But nevertheless, I mean, that was another day's story. Right now, story's brand new. The canvas is all plain and blank. Apologies there, just a brain fart coming along. With that, it is time to get busy with match number 1, for which of course it is time to throw over to our casters, that is DK and Pachi.
Thank you so much to Blotter and Fixes there. And yeah, Pachi, I have to agree with what they've been talking about there. Is, the teams have there's some few teams that we are hoping to step up a little bit today and show us the action. And I'm really hoping that we will get that done today.
Yeah, I'm definitely expecting that is exactly what's going to happen. These teams have a really good opportunity to put some points on the board. Really good spot to be able to move themselves up that leaderboard, get the points up there, and move on. None of these teams want to get relegated. And well, I've got my eyes on a couple of these teams who need to perform here. One of them, of course, being Gun. They did well enough to obviously continue to be here, make sure they made themselves into this round and continuing forward. But they're definitely going to be looking to put some more points on the board, making sure that they climb that leaderboard as they would want to, and maybe challenge a couple of the teams that are already up there. So hopefully we'll see a little bit of that coming out there, of course. And yeah, I'm really interested to see how these games unfold tonight.
Yeah, and of course, this being the team's last chance for this week to make a difference to that leaderboard and get themselves moved up into such a position that they can move on to the next stage. And speaking about the next stage, we've got our flight path already underway, as you can see, taking us all the way from South George and of course heading over to just south of Komeshki there. So yet again, some pretty sweet spots there for the teams to start making their way down in to get that loot going, and then of course start providing us with that action that we are so hungry for.
Yeah, just waiting to see now where that goes. That zone actually dropping all the way to the south there, so we're already getting a very spicy zone. Like, that looks like almost, I'd say 33% of the zone is water, so that's going to be really interesting, because now the teams have to make those decisions that I always love to see, a decision between that military base or the main island. And oh, it looks like we've got some little bit of fighting happening already there with INV as they make their way down.
Yeah, and we've got quite a few teams already landing right on top of each other. We, of course, also looking at the players there from EFX landing up in Severny. So there's not a lot of, you know, teams with them in that region. Of course, also the Natural Killers landing over in Stolba and Komeshki, and then the rest of the map as we go down from there. You can see it is just absolute insanity. We've got Quiet Storm and the Dark Dragons over there in South George. We've got the players from the Immortals as well as the team there from Gun landing in the quarry and surrounding area. We also see Kasi and Reluctant fairly close near the Gatka area there. We've got House of Anubis, of course, over in Pachinki. Then we're looking at the Outsiders and Vibrant, as well as the team from Spaza Gaming over in that region near Rozok and School. Then, of course, we see INV and the Tears of Chaos team all the way there on the eastern side of that map. And also then we have the players from Nibble Odyssey all the way over in Yasnaya.
Yeah, so a pretty nice spread of the teams across the map. But what I like that I'm seeing here at the moment is it looks like INV has already made a very quick push down from where they landed in towards that zone, towards that eastern bridge, towards the military base, which is a very nice rotation in my opinion, because now they can set themselves up around that bridge. They can set, you know, they can get some loot going before they actually move into the northern part of that bridge, maybe do a little bit of a camp, or they could just move into the island if they wanted to. But they've put themselves in a much better spot for the moment than they would have been if they had stayed where they landed. So I really like that speed coming out from them. We already have a couple of teams that are already in the zone there. You can see already moving down in sort of that main island area. But all of the teams that dropped up towards the north, they're going to have a difficult time making it down, because they have to choose how to get into the zone. Because right now, there are only two ways you go. You go down towards the east or you go down towards the west. And both of those, you know, paths are going to be very, very difficult to make your way through because they're already populated.
Yeah, and I mean, this would be the opportune moment for the teams, of course, to move up and get those bridge camps, you know, all set up and sorted. And this is something that I definitely think we might be seeing in this round. The team there from INV, of course, being really, really close to that region already, so they can pretty much get that camp set up right there on that eastern bridge. And then, of course, the contenders that we have for the western bridge seems to be the Inkosi Esports team that is now making their push straight up towards there. You know, so yeah, they're definitely moving up. But we also saw Mr. Skydo there from Unique getting knocked out not too long ago. So Skydo, of course, rotating up quite far away from the remainder of the team. I don't know if he was out on scouting duty or what the case was, but there was quite some distance between him and the remainder of the team. But we're also seeing the players now from Spaza Gaming as well as Reluctant moving into that area where we saw Skydo going down a little while ago.
Yeah, we already got a little bit of a battle going between them. We'll see how that one pans out. And Inkosi actually making their way across the bridge in towards the island. And I think might have been a bit of an opportunity passed up because the western bridge is actually also very centered to the zone. So actually camping on that bridge will be very, very powerful. And whoever gets control of that is going to have quite a bit of power in their hands. Obviously, if you're not feeling up to that challenge, then, you know, move on. But definitely a big opportunity in that space.
Yeah, so we'll definitely see what Inkosi is going to do. Maybe they're just moving up into the military island area there just to get some loot going and make, you know, fall back a little bit towards that bridge. But we're also seeing the players now from Spaza Gaming as well as Gun making the push for that western bridge as well.
Oh yeah, they know the importance of this bridge. What I just spoke about now, they can see it. They know what's happening in that area, and they all just absolutely darting for it. So we'll see if those two teams just run into one another at the moment and just start the fight over that bridge, because it is definitely quite a big spot to have.
Yeah, you can see Gun already pulling up into these compounds right here on the bridge. But this would now, of course, be the opportune moment for the Kasi team on the receiving side of that bridge, you know, to move in. So I think the only problem with the Kasi rotation there is that they'd moved too far away from the bridge.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, they can't really defend that bridge as the teams now start to make their way across, and that would have been the opportune position for them. You know, placing themselves right there on that bridge, and as the teams now try and avoid the team here from Gun, they get pushed right in towards the Kasi side, and that is of course now where the action then starts unfolding. But we are seeing one of the players from the Sparza gaming team heading straight over towards the compounds where Kasi has indeed established themselves. And you can see in the kill feed there, Mr. Hunter landing the first hit right in Berserk. So he was, of course, the first one to push right up. So now he's just waiting to see what is going to happen. Will the remainder of the team there from Sparza Gaming now start rotating up over towards them? Or are they going to pretty much hold their position? We are also seeing the outsiders closing in on the team there from Odyssey. You can see the kills in the kill feed. The team here from Vibrant, of course, over in school, making their way around. So now there's a potential for a lot of action as these teams now just start converging into that central point where we have the zone now. Reluctant, the next one to move up towards Gun, and you can see the shots there from the outsiders flying right up towards the team there from Odyssey. So they've already gotten the 2 knocks in.
Yeah, some hits coming in. Vibrant, obviously up in the north. You can see just off to the side, Odyssey and the team there from the outside is taking a bit of a fight as they move down into the zone. A couple of teams also need to make their way down in here. You can see the outsiders now pursuing their quarry to see if they can get some hits in. Odyssey taking quite a bit of damage, trying to avoid it, but it's not going to work. Sidon goes down, and the snake movements are not going to be enough. And well, Bob's going to land those hits in.
Yeah, well done to Bob and Supreme and Vindog now being the last 2 remaining players here. Let's see, will they be able to get those shots in? They're, of course, now going up against the remainder of the outsiders, that being Andrew, and in comes the shot. Finishes them off. 1 Gren to end it all. Well done to the outsiders.
Yeah, that was a really nice Gren to see. And in the meantime, we're actually going to see Dragons taking a fight against Unique at the moment. That is, of course, up towards the northwest. Just a couple of hits going all across the board, and this is basically a complete result of the fact that so many teams were up towards the north and they've been forced to rotate down in towards that zone, which is all the way down there in the south. A couple of teams now moving in, they're just setting themselves up and waiting for the next zone to land.
Yeah, and you can see EFX now, of course, rotating fairly close to the players there from House of Anubis. Mr. Reverb now being the one that's managed to be able to push up the furthest. You can see the remainder of the teams now all kind of making their way over towards that bridge where we have the players from Reluctant and Gun positioning, you know, they got themselves positioned just on the northern side. And that, of course, places them in a pretty good position as all these other teams now start rotating up. There we go, next rotation. Envy now, in the meantime, has moved up to the receiving side of that eastern bridge. And we see Tears of Chaos, well, the 1 or 2 of the players there from Tears of Chaos now rolling up right towards them.
I cannot tell you how happy I am right now to see a military zone. Like, this is the greatest. We haven't seen this for so long, and it feels so good to see the teams respond accordingly. Like, they know what they need to do. They're setting themselves up on the bridge. The camping is there. They've rotated in, the timing, everything. You can see the teams that are used to this kind of a zone. Haven't seen it for so long, but as soon as it pops up, they know what to do. They get themselves set up. They get towards the bridges. They have those, those choke points, everything going for them. So we'll see if they can utilize that. Right now, Envy going to be receiving Tears of Chaos and potentially putting some hits in. In the meantime, of course, Gun and it looks like the team there from Sparza still in towards the north of Ikasi, and a couple of other teams need to make their way across as well. There is a little bit of zone on the main island, but I'm not sure how long that's going to last.
Yeah, and it's an interesting strat that we're seeing here by Envy. They're letting the first player from Tears of Chaos safely cross the bridge without engaging. You know, giving him hope that there's no team on the receiving side there, but we can't say the same on the Gun side, because Gun now decided to make that push across the bridge. Of course, rotating up right next to the players there from Sparza Gaming, and Ikasi still sitting in the same spot that we saw them rotate up into. They haven't moved up just yet, aside from getting those shots that we saw a little bit earlier, and I think they are missing out on quite a bit. You know, they could have moved up closer to that bridge and, of course, you know, thrown a few spanners into the works for the teams that are starting to make their way now over. As you can see, Gun off in the distance there. We see the team from Sparza just on the side of this bridge, still trying to maybe, hopefully, pick off a few hits. but yeah, Gun managed to slip straight past both those teams.
Yeah, definitely a missed opportunity there in terms of the western bridge camping there. You can see the outsiders now just putting some hits in towards the Dragons. Again, the teams in the north just trying to push their way on down. Most teams realizing that being on that military base is probably going to be the best to do, or at least setting themselves up to get there somehow. Maybe go swimming a little bit, jump into some boats, whatever you can do to try and get onto the island. I actually really like the play by iEnvy there, as you mentioned earlier, where they let the first player cross. Like it's like iEnvy are playing a game one step ahead of everyone else. Like everyone else isn't even playing the game and they're already there and one step ahead. Letting like one guy cross just to bait in the rest of the team is so big.
Yeah. No, that's pretty awesome. And we're seeing quite a few hits on the main island now between the House of Anubis team and the Dragons, and then also the players there from Unique as well as EFX. So we've got a few shots, as you can see now. We've got Mercury right here at the sixes. We've got one of the Unique players, Mr. Hates, is still off to the side. He of course now being the last lone survivor for the team. So it's kind of like we see Hates and Blade, the last two players for both their teams now, just trying to kind of squeeze in, trying to get a little spot somewhere. House of Anubis, of course, as you can see, over towards the eastern side from there, and then we've got EFX just over towards the west. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what's going to happen. And of course, we see the Natural Killers going for a bit of a swim, heading up, and they might get shot there by the players from Gun.
Yeah, definitely a precarious position for them, but look at that zone moving in towards the northwest, all the way up there, across that. It includes a bridge, it includes a bunch of water, which makes up like half the zone at this point, and the rest of the teams have to make their way in. This is going to be insane.
Yeah, no, definitely it is going to be, and while we wait for that zone to start closing in, we see the players here from Quiet Storm and Vibrant now just battling it out here for control of the ferry pier. We got Lone God from Quiet Storm. He's rotating up from the northern side. You can see Max now, the last one there. Oh, Bounds doing some great work, putting those hits in. Now the question comes in: will Lone God be able to rotate up and get in some hits for his team, or is he rather going to try and maybe rotate up in towards zone?
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what the decision is right now. You can hear the shots ringing out. Vibrant trying to just get those players from Quiet Storm and put them down as they try and get in there. That zone looking very small now. These teams going to be sweating just a little bit to try and get into this one because there's not much space, and the fact that so much water is in there as well means that it's going to be difficult to position yourself on one of the sides of this bridge, and doing so is really going to decide how the rest of the match plays out. Because if you choose the wrong side and you get caught on a side where there's no more zone and you have to move in, it's going to be chaos.
Yeah, and we're definitely seeing the players there from Gussie just camping those compounds that they are in. They have not moved an inch since we saw them move into that area. And talking about camping, iEnvy setting up a beautiful bridge ambush there as the Dragons now start to try and make their way across. But they also can't spend too much time on this bridge. They have to start making their way up. As you can see, the blue zone, of course, now making its way in, closing up, and the teams need to rotate because from around about here onwards, the blue zone does take quite a bit of health.
Yeah, it certainly does. And as you can see, these teams now making their way up as quickly as they can. Most of them situating themselves inside that zone relatively safely. But of course, the majority of the landmass is towards the island, which means that those teams are most likely going to be the ones who are safest when the next zone drops. So what I'm really waiting to see at the moment is how these teams set themselves up here. Because as you can see, most of the teams are concentrated toward the island. They're trying to fit themselves in, slot themselves into the available space. And, well, as you said, once the zone starts getting smaller, that blue zone is going to look very, very heavy. And that means that the players are going to want to try and avoid that. And, yeah, that's going to be difficult when there's a choke point right there as, being the bridge. Otherwise, they're going to have to jump into the water, and we know how exposing that is.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be really interesting once this blue zone now shifts, or rather once the zone shifts up once again. And once we see where the next one is going to land, that would be the kind of the determining factor as to which of these teams you're going to see potentially being sent back to the lobby. Because the Natural Killers now taking a few hits there from the outsider side. House of Anubis just assisting them and also putting a few hits in. There we go, the zone shifting up once again, making a full shift over towards that main island. well, the main part of the military island. And all those teams, especially the ones that still need to cross that river, are going to have a very, very challenging time to, you know, just to get that rotation going.
Yeah, they certainly will. It's going to be difficult to get the rotation in. Luckily, no one's camping the bridge at the moment, but the rest of the teams off towards the east sort of making their way in here. They're in a bit of a line, so as soon as one team moves up, they're going to expose themselves. So they're going to have to start taking fights potentially, or maybe just slithering their way out of the danger. Because at the moment, all the teams now, once again, are moving in as quickly as they can to try and secure that spot in the zone. And you can already see the fights breaking out as the teams try and rotate.
Yeah, we got Gun just trying to take advantage of the players there from INV, but INV not wasting any time, immediately returning fire, getting a quick knock in and using that opportunity to now rotate in and potentially even rush the team here from Gun. Yep, there we go, they're rushing straight in. Oh, nice.
Caught out. Some very nice rotations from INV, going to be putting those hits in, just annihilating across the board. Gun getting assaulted and just absolutely destroyed here, getting caught out. And such a brilliant movement by INV. Definitely a very good play from them.
Yeah, no, that was definitely a beautiful play. And let's see Mr. Risk now just trying to escape there. He is risking everything, trying to make it up back in towards safety. And the shots, of course, now just flying in from all directions. He is pretty much one hit away from the lobby. Manages to pull in right behind that building just in time. But of course now we have the Natural Killers also closing in. We've got Unique, we've got EFX, House of Anubis. We've got the players from Inkosi, all of them right there, aside from the team from INV. And of course now looking over towards our southwestern corner, we've got the Immortals going up against Reluctant right on that edge. And Inkosi finally moving a little bit just to reposition themselves and hopefully get a little bit of an advantage.
Oh man, I can't believe Risks managed to get out of that one. That's insane. But it looks like INV actually getting a bit distracted by the loot. They're going to be taken out by the blue zone instead. No chance to survive that one, as the blue zone is cold and merciless, and it comes in and it takes all of you and your friends if you let it. So definitely one of the a bit of a Monkey-ass moment there. The rest of the teams are going to be making their way in towards that zone. You can see effects just above the players there from Sparza, Unique, and House of Anubis moving in as well. Natural Killer is going to be putting some hits in the meantime. Effects going to be doing the same. All the teams making their way into zone. Reluctant coming in from the south up towards Inkosi. Everyone situated in the zone, and Vibrant right in the middle.
Yeah, no, it's pretty good positioning there by them, but we'll see now whether or not they can capitalize on that position. As you can see, the Natural Killers sneaking in a quick few hits right over towards the team there from Vibe. And of course, INV now just getting sent back to the lobby. Off they go, the Natural Killers just putting the herd into them. EFX, of course, now also pushing up right on the players here from Sparza Gaming. An aggressive push there by them, and let's see, will they be able to pull this off? Ooh.
Yeah.
What? There we go. And that is that. The end of Sparza Gaming getting sent right back into the lobby there by EFX.
Yeah, some nice shooting there, and yeah. What can you say? A really good assault there. Effect managing to pull it off, doing what they need to do, and setting themselves up to be able to rotate into the next zone, which has landed all the way towards the south there. As you can see, a couple of teams already in there. Of course, that being Vibrant, Inkosi, and Reluctant. The rest of the teams now need to make their way in. There's 8 teams remaining, 23 players left on the map at the moment. Some of them just struggling to hang on there. You can see House of Anubis moving their way up. Hate's going to be the one still remaining there for Unique. Lone God, of course, as well for Quiet Storm. And, well, maybe they'll be knocked out soon. Maybe they'll be able to throw a spanner in the works. Who knows at this point? We'll see.
Yeah, but Ikasi's been really fortunate so far. The zone has been in their favor every single rotation. Every single shift, it has kept them in zone. Now comes the big thing, is whether or not they'll be able to defend this position and actually really capitalize on their location, or are they going to get rushed and sent back into the lobby? Yeah. I'm hoping that they are able to defend this position, because I mean they've been here for quite some time. Yeah. Since I think the first zone.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as Inkosi rotated past the bridge, and we spoke about this decision, to actually move past the bridge into the island, they've made that decision to not do the bridge camping, not really capitalize on any kills and potentially get taken out. Instead, they played a bit more safe, so they're really going to have to defend this position if they want that safe play to pay off, because they need those placement points then.
Yeah, no, definitely true. And we'll see whether or not they'll be able to pull that one off. In the meantime, we see the team here from Reluctant just trying to land those hits right on the House of Anubis team as they're trying to find a good safe spot to come in towards zone. We're also seeing the team here from the Natural Killers over in the southeastern side also trying to find that angle on the EFX team just up ahead of them. And both these teams, Reluctant and the Natural Killers, are of course now on either side of Igasi. So depending on what they are able to do, we might even see, you know, a few third-party shots coming in from the Igasi side.
Yeah, could definitely be coming in sometime soon. At the moment, you can see these teams now just moving around the map. House of Anubis getting hit by Effects, who are not letting up at this point, and Natural Killers trying to return some fire just across towards the team there from Effect. Ikasi sitting right in between Reluctant and of course the Natural Killers there. We'll see if they can maybe put a couple of hits in. At the moment, these teams just trying to wipe each other out as this next zone gets chosen, and it lands all the way to the north in favor of Effect.
Well, one thing that I've just noticed is that we've got one of the Unique players, well, the last remaining player for Unique. Well, he was there, just got taken down by Sunny, but he was sitting in the compound right there with Ikasi, and no one noticed him moving in. The Natural Killers, of course, not just tapping off a quick few shots there. So this, I think, is going to be the deciding zone, seeing what these teams are able to do with what they have, and of course, the very difficult rotation they have now, you know, trying to get into that open field where we have our final zone.
Yeah, definitely going to be an interesting one. These three teams, Natural Killers, Akasi, and Reluctant, have to move up into the zone, but it is not an easy spot to be in because right now Effects have control of the hill where the zone is landing. So these three teams need to be very careful when they rotate up because not only do they have to fight each other, but they have to be wary of where the team from Effects is because they could just get picked off if they try and blindly rush up.
Yeah, and that's definitely true, and we'll see what's going to happen. We are seeing a few shots now between Ikasi and the Natural Killers. Of course, now going back and forth. Then the team there from Natural Killers, they are left with three. We've got Sela getting knocked out in the process. Ikasi now just rushing up right into that position. Shots, of course, now flying all over the place. Two of the players from Ikasi getting knocked, one getting thirsted. Frieza and Hunter, now the last two hopefuls left. Let's see, will they be able to pull anything out of their hat here? Hunter, oh, he's got everything riding on him, and we see the Natural Killer team, of course, now moving in. But the tricky part about this whole position is that it is so... It's so exposed. There's no real cover, and we see that with the Igasi team, of course, now getting taken down.
Yeah, I mean, that's the reason for all these smoke grenades. These teams know they have to try and get something going for themselves so that if they don't want to get absolutely wiped out right now. Reluctant just crawling up the side of the hill, trying to put the nades in towards Natural Killers. The hits are coming, but they need to keep this wipe coming because somebody needs to get wiped out, and it's going to be the Natural Killers. Reluctant win it. There's two teams remaining, Effects and Reluctant. But can Effects hold on to this hill? Can they make it happen, or is this Reluctant assault going to be enough?
It's going to be really tough because Bait is now the last one left. Reluctant pushing up in a full squad. They are not bothering with health or anything. They're just rushing it straight up towards Mr. Bait. Shots flying in right over towards Blitz. Let's see, will Bait get it? Oh, man. Down they go. Woo.
Yeah, a good assault there from Reluctant. They managed to play that one really, really well, get the hits in. They win the fight against the other team there, I believe it was Effects. And of course, the team there from the Natural Killers. So yeah, a really good final zone that we had there. Very difficult to play around. Obviously, no cover means that you really have to sort of pull something out of the hat. You got to pop those smokes. You got to play something. You could see that the Natural Killers tried to get a little bit aggressive there. They tried to make something happen. Ikasi did the same thing. Ikasi got wiped out. Unfortunately, they couldn't make it into those top three spots. Then, of course, it was just the last three teams remaining. And Effects wasn't able to hold on to the hill. They got taken out. And it was a spicy game from beginning to end. It was really, really good to be able to see a zone landing down there in the military base.
Yeah. So well done, well played. And I mean, well done to Reluctant coming in with their 15 kills. And I think on that one, let's head over to the analyst desk and hear what they've got to say.
Thank you so very much, casters. Indeed, a phenomenal game coming in. I mean, right off the bat, Pashi, you were bang on the money, mate. It was a very good circle. I mean, finally, you've been talking about it since the start. Since round one, you've been talking about it, Pain, that we need a circle that can either move away from the farm area, perhaps even military, and yep, finally, it was there.
Absolutely, the circle was really lovely, and the way these teams rotated around, those bridge camps coming into action. Yes. But there you go. I mean, Ikasi was struggling, but they'd somehow somehow still managed to make it into the top 5, and I really loved it. But the fight with Natural Chaos, I think Natural Killers, that was
yes.
very chaotic over there, and they got eliminated. But things were really happening over there, and there was one team that did capitalize on it. But Bait, oh my goodness, just before getting taken down, he really did put up good fight.
So true, so true. I mean, it was just a 3v1 situation indeed, and still holding your ground and trying to bring down the enemy was beautifully played by him. But again, when it comes to the standings itself, of course, it is going to be in front of our screens, where indeed this team, more than 10 kills. How much was it? 15 kills to Reluctant SA this time around, along with, of course, the 20 placement points. This team is moving up the ladder really quickly.
Yes, absolutely. Reluctant SA, they have been on the top 8, and they've been performing so well, and one of the players even got 7 kills.
Yep.
So that is really amazing, and I think that was Smith, but EFX really putting up quite a show out there, and sticking on till the end, getting that fight to a 1v1 situation, but still getting outnumbered. As a result, they ended up at 23 position. Natural Killers, courtesy to their 8 kills as well. So this entire game was circled around how the zone was formed and which team got the better positioning in the zone and how they capitalized.
Absolutely, and as we look at this page, this is looking really neat because first page, of course, phenomenal, but second page, even better. Why? Because Dark Dragons, that I expected quite a lot from, not looking too good. Gamers United Nations, again, not having a decent outing in this game, and same goes for Immortals and Nibble Odyssey as well.
Yes, absolutely. Nibble Odyssey, yesterday they really pulled off quite a bit of show, but today they did have a disappointing outing over there. Quite Storm Esports, again getting those 4 placement points, but 0 kills, and they really need to step up. So Dark Dragons, despite having a very high position, this was just a bad game, we can say.
Yes.
Because the circle, the way it threw those curveballs, I think the players were really not prepared for it.
Absolutely. I mean, the circle played havoc. I mean, again, when you talk about PUBG Mobile, the circle will, of course, be playing havoc no matter when and where you play the game. But indeed, when it comes to the Umzansi Esports League itself, up until now, like I had pointed out in this segment itself as we started off, the circle had been very much towards the Gotka side, very much towards the northern side, and this time around it went all the way down south, where so many teams I'm sure we're not expecting, but indeed it did bring out some incredible team plays from these teams that, well, everybody had been looking forward to seeing them given their proper game, and this was a proper game for, again, EFX, certainly Inkosi. Along with that, National Killers, well, they finally are picking up the pace, which is really good to see. But picking up the pace, let's also have a look at how exactly is this going to perform when it comes to their final leaderboard, the master leaderboard itself, and third position holder is Reluctant SA.
Yes, now they have overtaken Dark Dragons for that 3rd spot and even crossed that century mark. 105 points is where they will be finding themselves sitting at. For you Quest, still on the 2nd position, but JXP Temper, the kind of domination that we have seen from them. But this was a really good outing from Reluctant SA, getting all those kills, trying to rotate in really early. But Dark Dragons, they really need to pick up their game from where they left, and Natural Killers, House of Anubis, they also have a lot of potential, and they can have a better outing as well.
Absolutely. As of now, looking at just that page, it is really good that House of Anubis as well as Dark Dragons have had some wonderful plays in the previous past, but, or rather in the recent past, my apologies. But again, when you move on to match 2, if they're not able to perform, other teams are going to be able to move on to page 1, and they'll probably be shifted down to page 2.
Yeah, certainly. And look at Inkosi Esports, alright? They are now sitting at the 16th position, right at the edge. And they've had a decent outing so far, but they still have that one game to go. And if they perform really well in this one as well, I guess they will be looking really comfortable.
Absolutely. I mean, that team has showcased some wonderful prowess, and along with that, the team is wanting to improve. That is the beauty about Inkosi itself. But moving on to the final page itself, now this is where things get really heated up, really interesting at that too, in the bottom 4, because we've got TOC Arcane, we've got Rain Gaming, we've got Immortals that are playing today from Group B, I believe, yes, and Mecha 6. Now, Immortals, one of the teams that is playing today, hopefully they should be able to do better.
hopefully is definitely not going to be the term. They have to.
Have to actually.
They have to
Yes.
actually do better to qualify into the next round. Because the way they are playing, they are having certain position points, but kill is where they certainly are lacking. So they can try to go aggressive because at this moment it's do or die.
Right.
So you have to get those points coming in. You need to score at least 20-25 points in the next games you have to play. So yes, this today and the next days that this team is gonna play is gonna be very, very important for them.
Exactly, and along with that, another thing to point out will probably be the fact that these teams, or rather these groups individually, Group B as well as Group C, only have 3 days in total, and today included. That means that those are the only amount of matches that they are left to play in round 2.
Yeah.
Now that's not looking too good for the teams that are at the bottom of the page, but again, we can keep our fingers crossed, so can the teams, and hopefully the circle does end up favoring them so that they are finally able to move away from that relegation zone. But right now, we are going to go on a very, very short break, after which, of course, match 2 will be coming right up.
What's up, guys? Welcome back. All right, here we go, getting ready for the second match for today. And yeah, it's been a pretty action-packed round so far already, with a crazy zone shift all the way down in towards that south. Really throwing quite a bit of a spanner in the works there for the team. So I'm quite curious to see what is going to happen in this next round.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the first zone that we got, or pretty much all the zones we got in that first round were really great. Amazing to see some pretty spicy stuff coming in there. You know, like I said, we haven't seen one of those southern zones for quite some time, so it's really good to see that coming out. I'm interested to see where the zone drops this time around, if we'll get maybe a nice spicy one again, or if it's just going to be a little bit more generic this time. But in any case, it is going to be the flight path going all the way there from the northern side of Lipovka, all the way from the east to the western coast of the map. So they will have access to a lot of the map, nothing too crazy there. All those hotspots will be able to be dropped into, but no military base. Oh.
Yeah, there we go. Well, not yet. We don't know yet. We are still waiting for that zone to come, and we'll find out closer to the end of that flight path. Well, obviously, after the flight path.
Yeah.
We'll find out where that zone is going to take us. But we've got quite a few teams now already starting to make their way down, heading out. Some teams heading up north, some teams heading up south. And yeah, I think we're going to see a majority of the teams, in fact, moving a little bit further towards the south instead of towards that northern part, where we can see Odyssey and the Natural Killers now heading up. We've got EFX also heading up. And yeah, a big concentration of teams, of course, now making their way in towards that southern part. We've got the team there from Spaza Gaming heading up straight in towards Lipovka. We've got Jinx now making their way over towards the prison and the shelter area there. INV still trying to find a place where they could go, and you can see quite a few teams dropping out right over George. So this is going to be a super packed one. And there we go, zone shift, military island included once again. Got a happy patchy, and hopefully we will see some teams once again making that move in. Now I'm curious to see what's going to happen, because in the previous one the zone was situated on the southwestern side.
Yeah.
For this round, it is a southeastern zone.
Yeah, that's maybe we're just gonna see the opposite side of the island being chosen this time around. Maybe we'll get some Eastern Bridge camps or something along those lines. Of course, the zone still has the chance to, you know, go off of that military base up towards the main island or the mainland there. But yeah, I'm interested to see where this one continues to go. But for the moment, that is going to mean that the teams will have to make their way in, especially considering there are so many teams concentrated towards George and towards the western portion of the map. They're going to have to make their way in, and that means that the western portion of the zone is going to be very crowded once they do start to move up. So they might just have to take a couple of early fights to knock some teams out to make it a little bit more easy to breathe.
And we're seeing quite a few teams dropping in pretty much the same spots where we saw them in the previous round. We've got the Dragons and Quiet Storm, of course, once again landing up towards South George. We've got Unique once again in North George, EFX in Severny once more. We've got the Natural Killers again with that split that we saw in the previous round. Odyssey in Yasnaya again. We've got Vibe and the Outsiders in their usual spots, School and Rozok. The team there from Spaza Gaming for this round making that jump up in towards the Lipovka. Tears of Chaos also there. But once again, we see INV pushing in right towards Malta, holding that space near the bridge. And of course, we still have Gun, Ikasi, and the Immortals all the way on that southwestern side. So we're waiting now to see what is going to happen. Are these teams going to start rotating up in towards those positions, making their way up towards that western bridge? Potentially setting up a bit of a camp there, or, you know, what is going to happen? Because we can't say for certain that the zone's going to shift down.
Yeah, that's one thing you can't say. You know, like we've seen attempted predictions at the zone and where it's going to drop, and you know that doesn't really work out that much. So yeah, who can say what is going to happen? It's definitely going to be a risky decision. You know, if one of the teams does decide to rotate down, and I think that at least one of these teams should do that. But if they do decide to do that, you know, it is going to be a bit of a toss-up if that zone does shift towards the south or if it goes towards the north. Because, you know, I think it's definitely maybe a little bit of a missed opportunity if none of the teams actually do go down to the military base, especially if, you know, they don't go down there and then the zone does shift down there. It will mean that, like, all the teams will be in a very bad spot. So somebody has to have the guts to make that choice. Hopefully we'll see that happen. Otherwise, you know, most of the teams will just sit happy on towards that mainland, and then it's going to be a pretty crowded mainland.
Yeah, no, definitely that is the case at the moment. And we can see one of the players there from Inkosi, Jasmine, already making that rotation, heading up towards the more central part of that zone. And of course, I think farm at this point in time would be one of the best spots to move into, just based on what we've got on the map. As you can see, farm being pretty much the central part. Mr. Risk, of course, there flipping his buggy over ever so quickly. Well, that's one way of making your entry in towards zone. But we see quite a few teams still on that western edge, and we're just waiting now to see who's going to try and move up and which positions they are going to then try and take up. Gun, as you can see, heading up towards that ferry pier and that little bit more of a southern part of that zone. And in doing so, it opens up, you know, that well, west to northwestern region where we could possibly see the Dragons and Quiet Storm, as well as Unique even now moving up. Well, when they do.
Yeah. Yeah, right now we're just waiting for that blue zone to make its way on in. Most of the teams just getting themselves set up in their comfy spots. Nothing too crazy happening just yet. You can see INV is moving down there, might just encounter the players there from Inkosi, but otherwise, you know, the team's just looking to get themselves prepared for what they have to do. And what they have to do is get into that zone, which is, you know, in a very interesting spot that, once again, the players not going to be very, very used to, because we've seen so many of those northern zones, the central zones, that players won't really be used to this one.
Yeah, well, we're seeing Vibe and the Outsiders now going at each other right there. Oh, the shots just ringing in. The Outsiders doing quite a bit of damage to Vibe. But Vibe also putting in several shots to the Outsiders. One of the players from Vibe goes down. Down goes Nova as well. Kaizan also getting knocked out. Andrew also going down. And now it is up to the last player for the Outsiders. That, of course, being Bob over here, as you can see, making his way around. We got 6 just up on the side, trying to get up towards the wounded players. Pounds, of course, also there for some support. So now we're just waiting to see what is going to happen, how this will unfold, who will come out victorious. Will it be the Outsiders, or will it be Vibe? And a beautiful knock there, though. That Grain comes in and takes out one of the players from the Outsiders. Bob still trying to find that angle, trying to see if he can make it up. Gets the hits on Pounds. Oh, down goes Bob. Man,
Yeah,
that was a pretty
one.
intense one. Yeah.
Yeah, certainly was. Vibrant managing to come out on top of that one, but just barely managing to get that one. They are left with 2 players remaining now, as the fight with the Outsiders, quite a costly one, but nonetheless they will have secured their spot in here inside the zone. They're going to be relatively okay with this one. I think now they just need to, you know, calm down a little bit, just sit here for just a little bit to capitalize on this ground that they have now won. Maybe lick their wounds a little bit, wait for things to settle. But at the moment, you can see that that blue zone is now making its way in. We're going to force these teams in once again. They're going to be setting themselves up inside that zone. They don't have to fight. There is still space for them, obviously. There's still plenty of space inside that zone. But ultimately, at the moment, you know, the question is going to be, if they don't fight, you know, what then? Because once that zone starts to move in, it's going to get tighter and tighter. And the more teams that are on the board, the more problems that could potentially occur when you're trying to rotate, etc., etc. So they really have to start planning what they're going to be doing moving forward, because that blue zone's about to make its way in, and as soon as a new zone gets chosen, obviously they're going to have to make some decisions.
Well, talking about planning, one thing that I've noticed though is the teams that land in that North George area, where you've got the players from Unique, especially for now, is it seems like they always to a certain degree struggle to find a vehicle, especially if the zone is shifting so far away, as we see in this one, for instance. You know, it takes them quite some time, instead of course just showing off there and gets flung.
Lol.
It's official. There we go. Thanks, Sella. What a man. What a man.
Yeah.
But what I was saying is it's so interesting to note that these players, they struggle for quite some time to find a vehicle up in North George. And, you know, only when this blue zone has pretty much closed in is when we see them actually find a vehicle and then start rolling up. So coming to the planning point there is, I think, you know, they need to kind of figure out where they could find those vehicles early enough, figure out where the spawning points are, and then ensure that there's always someone, you know, relatively nearby, so that in case the zone does what it does now, you know, they have those vehicles ready and, you know, they can start moving in.
Yeah.
But, yeah. In the meantime, we're seeing the players here from Tears of Chaos and INV now battling it out. You see Spaza Gaming just off in the distance there. So the 2 teams now moving up And yeah, Sparta Gaming using this opportunity to, of course, now rotate just behind them all the way up in the direction of where we could potentially see the players there from Inkosi holding up his position, and Odyssey as well as EFX also now moving in on some beautiful greens coming in there from the INV team.
Yeah, some heavy fighting going on here. INV doing some nice assault work here towards these players, of course, from Tears of Chaos. Let's see if INV can actually get those hits in. The assault is coming up here. Some pre-fire actually coming out as well to try and knock these teams out. So INV really putting in the work to try and make this happen. But the Gren's coming out perfect. Defense coming out here from Tears of Chaos. Can they hold out though? This assault from INV has not stopped just yet. They're really putting on the pressure at the moment, trying to flush these players out of this house.
I mean, the shots are just flying back and forth. INV now getting hit once again. Tears of Chaos doing quite a bit of damage here. Well, in fact, both teams are doing quite a bit of damage to each other. Now we got Tide being the last one, I think it is, for the players there from Tears of Chaos. Well, the last player that is able to do anything. As you can see him now just trying to find that angle. Will he get it? Oh, we got Maniac just on the corner there. Slay also now moving up. And that is the end of Tears of Chaos.
Man.
Getting wiped off the map.
That was a nice
Well
assault
played.
coming out from INV there. Really, really good stuff. That I really liked the way they played that one. That was nice to see. A good assault coming out for them. It paid off. They managed to get those frags in there. A lot of the teams now making their way in towards the central point of the zone. And that's a really good position to be in if you want to stay on the fence. Nobody really dedicating themselves to hitting off to that military island. Obviously, not a really good bet at the moment. The majority of the zone is sitting on top of the mainland. So they're not really wanting to commit, but they still want to be in a good spot to rotate. So they're just putting themselves in towards the center, sitting around the coastline up on top, of that river. So they're putting themselves in a good spot. Most of the teams now are just getting a little bit comfy as that blue zone starts to make its way in. But, just on the point that you made about some of those players in North George not being able to get a vehicle, I think maybe not a lot of the teams are really used to having to get into a vehicle because so many of the zones have been up to the north, to the west. They don't really have to get a vehicle. They can just walk down into the zone if it's off in the distance. So yeah. Definitely gonna have to maybe just practice a little bit for these crazy southern zones, as it were, that we don't see very often, but when they do come around, they're very, very interesting.
And we are seeing quite a few teams in the central part of the zone. Of course, now we've got Gun, Reluctant, Sparza Gaming, the Dragons, Odyssey, Kasi, EFX, Unique, Sparza Gaming, INV, House of Anubis. And of course now the Natural Killers maybe potentially moving in from that eastern side. So quite a big concentration of our remaining teams just sitting in that area there. And I think it is going to be super, super interesting to see what they're going to do. Who's going to push up into which position. But I think, of course, this next zone, once it shifts in, that would definitely determine where these teams would be rotating to. You can see INV putting a quick few ones in. And look at the zone shift.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
So this is not as spicy as it could have been, but it's still pretty spicy. It's still interesting enough. Nothing exceptionally crazy, but at least the teams will have to now rotate in. They will be playing just along the coastline as well, because a lot of the teams did set themselves up in here. Now some hits coming out once again. INV taking a fight with the Natural Killers.
And we also could see a few potential shots between the players there from Sparza Gaming and Unique. But it's interesting to see where the Natural Killers have positioned themselves. You can see Sela, of course, now just breaking off, rotating up the side, and now we're waiting to see whether or not he's going to try and bring in a bit of a flank, or is he just trying to get a different point of view, maybe just to see where the other teams are. But we also have the Vibrant team rolling up straight towards them here. So we might have 3 teams just battling out for this area. Wait, never mind.
Yeah,
Vibe just pulled the U-turn.
Yeah, I was actually about to say the exact same thing. They just instantly just pulled that handbrake up and did a 180, and they were like, "Yeah, we're out. U-turn. Let's go." we're not gonna get into that one. They heard those shots ringing out, and they were like, "We don't want any part of whatever's going on over there." But INV putting up the aggression, which is really, really nice. They're putting the hits in, and they're maybe gonna be pushing themselves over that limit, because they've taken now 2 fights in a row.
Yep, they have. Oh, there we go. Down goes Sela. So they are down to 2. That, of course, being Mr. Hippo and Vile, the 2 remaining players here. Beautiful shots now quickly flying up towards Slay, not getting the knock. But Mr. Oh, Yuri goes down. That is a squad wipe. Beautiful play by the Natural Killers. Wow.
Yeah, there it is.
That was quick.
They stretched themselves a little bit too thin on that one. and Natural Killers managed to respond, take them out. So yeah, I mean, that is I suppose the danger of really just chaining your attacks together one after the other like that. Maybe, I think at that point, INV should have realized that brute forcing that attack isn't really the way to go. They did a really good assault on the house earlier, and that was just a really well planned one. This one seemed a little bit forced, like they were across the hill, and there's no real cover, nothing really to play around. And the biggest part of that is there's no real objective to win by taking out Natural Killers, other than the fact that you get the kills on the board, which you can get pretty much any other time at a better spot. So definitely felt a little bit of a brute force on that one.
Yeah, well, we're seeing the players there talking about brute force here now, getting pushed by Reluctant as they move up towards Mr. Panic. So that is the last one from the team over here. We've got Mr. Staples, of course, all the way over towards the eastern side in farm, right there with the team from Unique, and Reluctant now making their push up right on to that corner of the map. As you can see there, we see Gun now about to get caught in a bit of a sandwich there by the Immortals moving in from that western side, and of course the House of Anubis team just on their east. And there goes the zone shift. That is quite a shift now. And one thing I'd like to see in this zone is those teams that we have, already near the edge of the zone, really capitalizing on their positions and gatekeeping the teams as they now try and rotate in.
Yeah. Well, like you said, there's a bit of a sandwich going on towards the western portion right there. Of course, Gun's sandwiched in between two teams, which means that they have to think about clearing this fight before they move in. House of Anubis is going to be the first one to let up. They're going to make their way in towards the zone. A couple of shots heading off in their direction, but House of Anubis should be able to make it in here, and this could be that strat coming out here, a little bit of gatekeeping being set up by some of these teams. Odyssey already here, Vibrant of course there. House of Anubis look like they might just be rolling up on Odyssey themselves. The rest of the teams in the east now need to make their way up in there. Of course, Immortals and Gun need to rotate out. Taking a fight out there all the way to the edge of the zone is really not a good idea. Don't want to get caught out by the blue zone like we've seen in the previous match. So we'll see what these teams decide to do. Obviously, they're going to have to rotate up as soon as they can.
Oh, there we go. So Inkosi now opening fire on the team there from EFX. We also have Staples, the last remaining player, trying to put a few hits in. But, of course, Unique is now pushing up in full force. He's managed to take out two of the players. So Staples pretty good with the defense there. But we're seeing Gun now rotating up right into Odyssey and House of Anubis. Vendog taking full advantage of their position and really gatekeeping that zone as we'd hope one of the teams would be doing. So, yeah, it is looking quite tough for the team there from Gun. And, of course, they just got sent back into the lobby with a bit of assistance there from House of Anubis. And we see the Dragons now moving up as well. So, yeah, this is what we've been waiting for, all the action and those gatekeeping.
Yeah, definitely what we've been waiting for quite some time now. We'll see how these teams decide to respond to this one, because obviously you can see here all these teams sitting in towards the west. There's 3 teams up towards the north, about 4 of them down towards the southwestern portion. All these teams now trying to move into the zone. They're getting gate kept, which is great because it is, like you said, one of the best opportunities to do so at the moment, sort of knock out a couple of teams before we head into those final few zones. We have 12 teams and 41 players remaining now. A couple of teams pushing their way in. Immortals up towards the north, trying to get into the zone. The Natural Killers all the way on the other side, sitting pretty happy. Inkosi taking a bit of a fight as well against some of the teams who are in the zone, but all the teams now setting themselves up nicely in that zone.
And we've got Mr. Nova there flinging himself out of a vehicle once again. Now that is quite a risky move to do, seeing that the Immortals are right there on their doorstep. But of course the Dragons are still sending several grenades over towards the team there from Odyssey, trying to land that one just missing the window there. Dan getting knocked out in the process by Supreme. Now you can see Vibe also there in the kill feed, managing to get a quick one in on the Immortals. Oh, there we go. Down goes Staples from Sparza Gaming. So Unique claiming the last one. Off they go. 11 teams now remaining, and of course the players from the Natural Killers doing quite a bit of shooting, getting those hits in, just sneaking them up. The Immortals manages to take down the team from Vibe, and Odyssey still battling it out with the Dragons.
Yeah, Odyssey has managed to put in a good bit of Grens. The Dragons have been able to put in a couple of Grens as well, and it's basically just a Gren flinging match at this point. They're sort of just throwing them at one another, not really committing to any strikes as of yet. But I think as soon as one of these teams gets a decent few knocks in with those Grens, they might just be encouraged to start moving up, maybe mount an assault. We'll see how that one pans out. But in the meantime, that zone has landed all the way towards the north, which means that these teams that are sitting here will all have to rotate up because they are all outside of the zone now.
Oh, and we got House of Anubis and EFX already starting that rotation. You can see Sully landing a quick one in the kill feed there, but the Dragons are now slowly but surely trying to get that angle on the players here from Odyssey, but Odyssey pretty good with the defense, managing to land a quick one in, while Vendog is now of course trying to get that res in on Grim. So yeah, they need to conclude this fight very quickly, but you can see the players here from EFX just rushing up into the remainder of House of Anubis, or rather two of the players from House of Anubis. Helios getting blown up. There we go, that is what we want to see, but Reverb now getting shot in return. So that was an interesting development there, rushing in, getting the knock, getting blown up in the process as well. Yeah, that's always fun.
Yeah, of course. Right now, of course, you can see Odyssey, as well as the players from EFX, getting hit really hard as they try and make their way up those rotations coming in towards the zone, really putting the pressure on these teams. Everyone trying to make it in now, trying to secure their spot, get in there, get themselves set up, and that's causing a lot of chaos as the teams now all just trying to get up into the already occupied spots.
And it's interesting to see that all the teams are, like you said, they're rolling up into the occupied position. So it's like several teams are, in fact, thinking along the same lines. As you can see, everyone are just battling for position there. EFX getting rushed by the Dragons as they now rush in. Sully taking a bit of damage. Bait also taking a few hits. Down goes Blade. Some third-party shots coming in. Sully getting downed. Now it is up to Bait. Will Bait be able to outlast the players here? And I think the answer to that might almost very likely, well, it depends on Nero.
I think this
if he can get that hit in. Let's see, will he get it? Will he get it? Bait manages to get a little bit of health in. He does also have, this wall in his favor. Oh, no. There we go.
Yeah, that was a little bit more close than it had to be, but there it is. That's how it ends up. And well, we're left with 7 teams, 20 players on the board, but the fights have not stopped just yet. House of Anubis trying to put in the shots towards the Immortals, reluctant, of course, up towards the north. Natural Killers off towards the east. They're just below them, of course, is Quiet Storm. Unique down towards the south, right next to the players there from the Dragons. And the new zone about to be chosen once again.
And drumroll, please. There we go. Well, the zone favoring the drop, so it is very, it's definitely going to be interesting rotation for the teams here. So far, it seems fairly straightforward. The path in towards that zone, because it's still open. Any team can move in, but I think the first team to make that push up in towards zone will have, a really good chance to, when it comes to defending that zone and putting those hits into the teams, the other teams that are trying to rotate up.
Yeah, you definitely want to be able to secure yourself a spot as soon as you can, because that means you get your pick and choose of where you want to go in. You pick the best spot, you get in there, and you just secure yourself for as long as you can and hope that it works out for you. Right now, of course, Unique going to be getting hit a little bit. The Immortals also going to be hit. A couple of shots going their way. Some nice Grens coming in from Reluctant as well. The shots now flying back and forth as these players just try and wipe one another out. Even Natural Killers putting some hits in at the moment.
Ooh. Yeah, talk about a third party. I mean, that was some great shots flying in right there. The Natural Killers just picking off all the teams that are moving in. So they're really using this heal that they're on. Oh, that they're on. I said in. The one that they're on. You can see Mr. Vile there now just trying to fish for some few hit markers. And we see some of the Unique players are getting taken down by the Dragons, as the remainder of these players all now try and make their way up in towards zone. We've got Quiet Storm caught right on the inside of zone, but the Natural Killers are doing quite a bit of damage. You can see Mr. Hippo quickly sending off a molly right in their direction. Fortunately for them, missing, but up comes Sailor with another try, and that one landing right next to Rusty. Rusty, of course, getting caught by the flames, and down he goes.
Yeah, Quiet Storm under fire at the moment, trying to play around the smoke, trying to keep themselves alive for the moment. Under assault by the Natural Killers there, who are right next to them. Just putting those hits in. Juicy going to be doing some work as well, off towards Reluctant. So no one is safe right now. The crossfire is real.
Yeah, Natural Killers putting in some fantastic shots. In fact, going off in all directions. They've put hits into House of Anubis. They've put shots into Reluctant, Quiet Storm. The only team that we haven't seen them hit just yet is themselves. Other than that, they've pretty much put shots into everyone. Fortunately, they can't shoot themselves. But I mean, there we go. The Dark Dragons now just getting those hits in with a bit of an assist from House of Anubis. No, sorry, not House of Anubis, the Natural Killers. So House of Anubis getting sent out. We are left now with Quiet Storm, the Natural Killers, and of course the Dragons. And we're waiting to see where the zone's going to go. Natural Killers being absolutely relentless. Ooh. Taking out the players there from Quiet Storm like it is no one's business. Just blowing them straight up into the lobby. And Vile pretty much doing all the work there.
Yeah, now we're left with a 3v2. Natural Killers going to be trying to put themselves in a good spot, putting the hits in. The Dragons now getting assaulted. Of course, they are only 2 players, which means that they're going to have to play this one really, really smart off. That Rez needs to come in here. The Dragons need to make this one work for themselves. The zone obviously moving in favor of the Natural Killers. They can just move themselves off to the side, but maybe this is the chance that the Dragons can get to take them out, potentially. We'll see if they can maybe capitalize on the rotate for the moment. We'll see what happens.
Well, they've got all the scopes trained right on their position, and it's pretty obvious where they are. And you can see the Natural Killers now just moving in closer and closer, trying to establish that position. So maybe if we see a bit of a clutch play there between Nero and Blade, you know, we might have a bit of a turn of the tables, or the tables turning on them. But I don't think that is in the cards at the moment, as this blue zone is moving in. Blade taking quite a bit of damage there. I don't think he's going to outlast it, and no, off he goes.
Yeah, that was pretty much done and dusted from the moment that the Natural Killers started shooting beneath the vehicle. They knew exactly what was going on. They knew that those players were hiding right there at the bottom, trying to keep themselves as low as possible. They just put the hits in straight underneath. They just absolutely, just playing that one perfectly, basically. Got the hits in. They got some frags, so really well played to them, of course. And some very interesting stuff, of course, that zone being in the south, forcing the teams to play a little bit differently than they usually do, but ultimately a very, very interesting game, and a very aggressive one as well. A lot of the teams putting some hits in, you know, pretty much from beginning to end.
Yeah, no, it was great work, and well done to the Natural Killers, finishing their play off there on the 16 kills, and then also the Dark Dragons and Quiet Storm coming in with that 2nd and 3rd place. So well done, well played, and that was absolutely, absolutely fantastic. And I think with that, let's head over to the analyst desk, and that's it from our side.
Thank you so very much, DK and Patchy. What a game, dude. What a wonderful match number 2. Once again, the aggression continuing along, rather piling on top. Just wonderful, wonderful play from all the teams.
Absolutely. The way Natural Killers were playing, they were certainly living up to their name. And that grenade coming in from Vile.
Wow.
And the end moments on the members of Quiet Storm Esports, who were also having a very good outing.
True.
Initially, considering the position points that they're gonna get, they placed 3rd, but just with 1 kill. But 15 kills coming in there for Natural Killers. The circle, we thought initially it would go to the southern side,
True.
and then again it just went on to the farm area, and nobody was inside the circle. Natural Killers had the numbers, and Dark Dragons did try their best, but having 1 player knocked down, there is nothing much more that they can do. Almost bleeding to the circle, and there you go, Natural Killers grabbing that chicken dinner for themselves.
Absolutely, what a play it was coming in from the cold-blooded Killers indeed. And with that, we are having a look at Natural Killers. The team that we saw this gameplay from was against, I believe, JXP Tempo in round number 1. In round number 1 is when they left this mark that these guys are the natural cold-blooded killers. As soon as they have the opportunity, they're going to go for that kill, and that is the kind of performance, that is the kind of gameplay that we witnessed from this team. So keeping my fingers crossed, I'm hoping this team in the next few rounds that they do have remaining are going to climb all the way up, perhaps even cross JXP Tempo.
Yeah, certainly. But for that, we will have to take a look at the map standings as to see where the teams are in this particular map. 16 kills coming in for Natural Killers, 36 points from 1 single game. So they are definitely, when the overall standings are going to come, they're going to climb up. Dark Dragons, this time this was a fair outing from them as well. 4 kills for them, 18 points. Reluctant SA, still being very consistent, 8 kills for themselves, sitting on the 3rd position with 15 points.
Absolutely. Right now, this is looking phenomenal. Again, I mean, you just look at this match standing itself. You are having a witness, or rather, a look at the points right there between first and second position holders, where indeed second position holders, Dark Dragons, are at 18 points, and twice of that is what this team, calling themselves Natural Killers, is going to close match 2 with style.
I think it was quite some respite for Quite Storm Esports after having a very, very bad outing in the second round, now finishing off at the third position. But right now, if you take a look at the bottom half, where teams like Inkosi, Gamers United Nations have been shut down. And like I predicted, Inkosi did have a good game, and it just went crumbling down for themselves in the second game. And NF Unique, kind of a mediocre outing, just getting that one kill, but good placement points coming in from them. So some kind of a breather over there, but we will still have to see when the overall standings come, where do they find themselves.
Absolutely. As of now, this is looking a-okay, because after all, there are still a few matches remaining, and when you move on to this side of the leaderboard itself, they are still left with quite a lot of opportunities left for them to be able to showcase that sort of a gameplay and bring themselves all the way perhaps to the first or the second page of the leaderboard.
Yes, and now that we take a look at the leaderboard, Natural Killers, they've come up all the way to the third position, even outlasting Reluctant SA, who were just on the third position just a game before. Dark Dragons find themselves dropping down, and they did have a good performance in the last game, but the first game will definitely come haunting down towards them. But this is still not the end of the roads. They're still going to be easily cruising through the next round. But House of Anubis also having a very decent outing. Outsiders Official, this is also a team that we haven't talked much about. They've been more focused on the placement points, and they can, if they manage to get a few more kill points, I'm certain they will do really good as well.
Absolutely, and on the other side, of course, is Team Vibe right there on 7th spot, looking decent as of now. I mean, the biggest factor that you can bring in from round 1 to round 2 is again the fact that how competitive these teams have gotten now in round 2.
Yes, so that is definitely true, because earlier we used to see those teams in the upper echelon always taking those victories, but now it's kind of a surprise. We have Gamers United Nations sometimes surprising us. Even BBC per se, they have had a few fair outings. They could just focus a bit more on their kill department. Otherwise, they're pretty good.
Absolutely, and again, Inkosi sticking to that 16th position as of now, which is again pretty subtle, pretty decent for themselves, nothing taken away from them, because after all, we have seen this team slowly and steadily grind and slowly and steadily, of course, improve their gameplay as well from one game to the other. But as we move on to the final page of the leaderboard, this is of course the master leaderboard that we are looking at, lads, and with that, the final leaderboard starting off from the 24th position is Tears of Chaos. I wish they could bring in the chaos that their name so truly is deserving of.
I think right now it's getting pretty late for Team TOC
Yes.
Arcane to make it into the third round, because 16 points, just 2 kills. This team really needs to work on a lot of different things, taking those gunfights, positioning themselves in the final circles. Talking about final circles, I loved how the teams utilized those smokes out there for themselves. They knew it was an open circle. They knew the more smokes they deployed, the more chances of them to survive was there. But Quite Storm Esports, that nade, that brutal nade coming in from Wild over there, they were all behind one single rock, and that was the only mistake that they did over there. Had they had
Exactly.
spread out, something else could have happened.
That's exactly what I was looking at, Paying Fixes, because again, when you look at QST in those final few seconds of the match itself, final few minutes of the match, we saw all 4-man standing going up against Natural Killers 3-man standing.
Yeah.
And indeed, it certainly did seem like QST might just be able to take this chicken dinner, because 4-man standing is certainly in the top 3, top 4 teams
Yeah.
that's remaining across the 16 board is wonderful. But then again, that's not the end of the story. You have to still keep on progressing along. You have to still bring in a bit of stats, and just combining yourselves all together into that small little bunch. Yeah, it was just calling for chaos, and well, it was brought in by the likes of Natural Killers.
Yeah, certainly. And Natural Killers had positioned their players very, very well in
Yes.
the circle. They were not exactly inside the circle when the 6th circle or 7th circle formed. They had split their players up, having that vision advantage for them. So, that really worked out. And consider that they got the chicken dinner
Absolutely.
and now find themselves at the third position.
Well, this is just perfect. This is just perfect.
Yeah.
Week number 4. coming to an end for the Umzansi Esports League, and when you just look at that leaderboard, the competition is getting so very fierce. Every single match, every single moment of every single match, teams are going up and down the ladder on that leaderboard. That means in the next few weeks, we still cannot say which will be the teams that are going to get relegated, because all the teams are certainly trying to perform and outperform themselves as they did so previously. But with that, we do reach the end of our PUBG Mobile segment. Stick around as we go on a very, very short break, because coming right up is Tekken 7. Hello and welcome back once again to Umzansi Esports League by Nodwin Gaming. You're joining us live on Jinx TV, and what's about to get started right now is nothing else but some aggressive Tekken 7, where indeed we have two phenomenal players that today, in the 4th week of Umzansi, I'm going to keep my fingers crossed that they're finally going to be able to bring out that A game from themselves, because it is very much high epitome of the time that it is. Because I mean, we'll talk more about that. We'll talk more about the stats and everything related to the players that are playing today. But before we do any of that, let's quickly introduce the analyst joining me today, and it is none other than Phoenix once again.
Thanks a lot, Blotter, for the introduction, and I'm very excited for today's match because here's one of my favorite players playing in today's match, which is SlyRsi versus T-Hawk, and I'm very excited to watch this match because if we talk about their character, one of their favorite characters is from T-Hawk's side. T-Hawk choose mostly Haorang and Leo. The both characters are very aggressive and they are fast as well. If we talk about their moves, it contain a high amount of damage, and let's see that if SlyRsi could able to capitalize the game and won the rounds of the Tekken 7 games, then I'm looking forward to it. What are you thinking, that which player is going to choose which character?
Well, seriously, mate?
Yep.
Alright, that's a debatable question right here, because I mean, you're supposed to be the analyst telling me about all of it, but nevertheless, if you're asking me, I would go with the craziest ones. You know what? Why not bring in Eddie once again? Why not bring in Horang once again? You know, why not bring in one of those players that we had never ever expected? Because up until now, what's been going on is all of these individual players, if we've got 8 players in total, of course, and all the 8 players are so very well known all across the board that we have pretty much, for example, Dax, we know for a fact that he's going to be choosing one individual character for sure. Callum, we know again for a fact. They're all predefined. D4M Doc, I mean, he's got his character printed on his t-shirt. What do you want? So I'm expecting something of a Sly gameplay coming in from Sly. On the other side, of course, T-Hawk. Well, again, gonna keep my fingers crossed though.
Yeah, that's true. And if we talk about these two players, the both players didn't won a single match, and I'm just hoping that they just find an opening so that they can build their confidence, as well as they can get some points and win some further match as well. And if I talk about the characters, I'm looking for today's fight, which is going to be against maybe Jin or Zafina. I'm going to choose these two players because we saw these two players are one of the most aggressive and most chosen characters as well. And I'm hoping that these two players are going to get chosen as well. And let's see what's going to happen.
All right. Enough battling coming in from the analyst desk. It is time to get into the match itself and get it quickly started off, for which of course it is time to get over to our casters, who are none other than Gas Mask Guy and Mr. Chocolates. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Deskman. I'm hoping everyone is staying safe and sanitized. I'm your host, part of the UGC team, Mr. Gas Mask Guy. And tonight with me is the one, the only, the thickest giggest, Mr. Chocolates. Hey, how you doing?
Hey, my man, what's up, dude? I'm good. I'm ready to see some good-ass Tekken on this kind of chilly Sunday night down here in Cape Town. Yeah. I'm hyped. I'm hyped to see some matches tonight, bro. What do you think about our fighters tonight?
Yeah, we got both of our bottom feeders coming out tonight. They're both hungry for that first W, so they don't have to sit at the bottom of this. It's like fighting against that that relegation spot.
Oh yeah. I feel you. So like, I mean, we know Mr. SlyRsi is gonna come out with the Sly and Bry, you know, come and bring in some egg salad. He's
gonna make that 50-50 life. He's ready for it.
My man, ready for that duck life. But the thing is, like, hey man, we've seen some good play from T-Hawk before with some quick characters in Leo and Horang. But we don't know who else he might bring out.
Exactly, like he's got a huge character roster, and for us, like, that have very little knowledge about him, like, he has the advantage in most situations. He could bring out any character that, like, no one will actually understand. That's okay.
Sure.
Okay, he's stuck to his guns.
He brought the Horang. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Horang's here. Horang's here to stay. Horang's here to play. But SlyRsi will have to just bring him the Bry. You know what I mean?
He's had his coffee. I saw pictures. He sent pictures. He had his coffee ready, man.
His coffee, bro.
He's awake.
He's ready to go.
He's got the jungle outpost outfit on.
I see him. You can kind of not see his pants with the C in the background.
The little reflection.
Oh yeah.
Nice. Already starting with the backlash.
Big counter hits.
Big counter hit as well. Just pressing
low
buttons.
Both of them pressing buttons. Trying for the dragon sign.
Just out of range.
Oh yeah, tries to hunt
for that huge launch.
Huge raunch. Hey.
It's Sly's raunch.
Only says with this Bri. Nice float, but couldn't get anything off of it. Man,
I was gonna carry with that joke. I was gonna call it booty raunch. Like he's oh, he just dropped the R8 just like that.
Just to raw, he needs the damage right now. He's not in the lead, and he is having some trouble. You can definitely feel the nervousness in the air right now. You know what I mean?
Yeah. He's just gonna try and slidey.
There, the slides have started, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, here comes it.
Tries it down for 2. No launch, but it's fine. Nice, goes in for that.
Dude,
low
Law's
strength.
pokes are actually so quick.
He is a very powerful, quick character. A very quick character indeed.
Oh, there's plus flames on that. Oh.
Hey, laying on the plus frame.
Who's in the grinder now?
Like, this is literally 2 grind.
Oh, nice low parry.
Nice low parry, but couldn't really find his mark on that. Nice mid.
Oh, Sly's opening up now. He's getting his rhythm going.
Oh yeah, man. The coffee really doing its work this time around.
Teok needs to actually break his momentum.
Big counter hit.
There we go.
Nice.
I always question that Horong's jacket never actually moves. It's so amazing. It's got like a little
It's fine, Brew. It's for the style.
best outfit.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
If I had that in real life, I'd be
Goes for the slide.
Oh,
but
that's a
T-Hawk
big
was
launch.
awake, Brew. He saw that. He was like, "Hey, no thanks, dude. No excel at this time around. Thanks."
Oh, the armor. Just,
big. One of the best armors in the game, in my opinion.
it's with the wall bounce as well. Like
Oh
it's-
yeah. Does
It just gave it
amounts of
everything.
damage. Is a mid kick.
Oh, he gave him the 50-50. The Sly and Bri. He's not done yet.
My man. He's done. He's done. He gave
This
him,
is so strange, honestly.
He gave him the Sly. You know, like
A
you said,
Horong player
you
being
said,
put in a
you-
grinder.
You said the huge raunch. You know that booty raunch coming in on that slide. You said the plus flames, bro. Plus flame grill. You know what I mean? Just
He's using
coming
that
in with
booty
that-
raunch to get the damage
coming
done.
in, just doing work. Definitely T-Hawk has to do something. I mean, I don't know about you, but like I could feel the nervousness in that match where you could definitely see that both these players know that they're on the bottom of the list and they know they need to get out of that. Definitely came through in their gameplay. I don't know about you, but I feel like you said you said that Sly was like opening up in the second half.
Yeah, no. So what I'm trying to say now is it's so weird because I used to be a Horong main, and it's kind of unheard of not doing being able to grind or use your grinder at all. Like he can't start anything. Sly's just stopping every single bit of momentum.
Oh yeah.
That T-Hawk is trying to put out. And I don't even know I don't have an answer for T-Hawk how to get out of this.
I don't know, dude. That's kind of the thing. Like you don't need the answer. T-Hawk has to find the answer here.
Yeah, I'm chilling, dude. I'm here comfy.
Dude. We're here watching Max brew. Every time Sly does a slide, he brings us some Bri. You know what I mean? So it's like it's fine. We're chilling. We're having some.
I had so many words. That's just like brunch. I was actually thinking about it. Like I was like, oh, it's a huge launch. He's gonna slide and brunch. Just skipped all the words and I just went with what came out.
That's kind of the thing. Like if you think about it, right? Like I think I said during the match that both of these characters are very quick poke characters. Although Horong has the grind or the grinder, not Sly, but Law also has a lot of grind-esque strings.
Yeah, he's just plussing everything. He's forward 1+2 is so plus.
Exactly.
Like you can't do anything.
He's forcing on the plus frames. I had to listen to myself to say it properly, to not say plus flames. But he was really laying it on, trying to keep himself in a position where he can keep the pressure going. Something that T-Hawk was not able to. Ooh, got a com error. No prob.
Okay, so we're back with us again.
Hey, we're back with us. Match analysis. Here we go. So here's what I think. Right?
They couldn't connect to the game.
I don't think analysis done. That's the match. Like I'm actually thinking, like, I'm wondering how T-Hawk can change his method of play. Because right now he seems to be like I just said, he is definitely in the wrong end of some plus frames coming his way, and he doesn't know how to get out of it. I think. What do you think? It's like matchup knowledge? Or?
Well, no. What I feel like he's not using any of Horong's tools at the moment. He's not using any of these armors to try and slow his momentum down. He's not forcing him to crouch at all. Like
but the thing
he's
is,
not.
It's hard to do against a player like Sly, who is definitely poking in every way that he can. He's doing mids to try and stop him from ducking. He's using a lot of tracking moves to stop him from stepping. And the thing is, with your armors, he does a lot of lows. I think.
Yeah, but like Horong's
thing.
down forward 3 armor is you can cancel the armor consistently to create pressure without even actually having to throw out a move.
Yeah, but
like he's not using the flamingo mix-ups at all. That's why I feel like he's struggling.
Yeah, but would you be able to do that while you're being pressured?
Yes, it's Horong. You meant to be making the pressure. You gotta assert dominance. You gotta ride on your bicycle and go.
I don't play Horong, dude. I don't know. I'm just saying that. I feel like it is hard because not only is Law a very pressurizing character, but Sly is definitely a player that knows how to use his pokes and how to layer on the plus flames. You know what I mean? My man's at the bry.
That flame
coming, flame glowed. Lekker, dude. Coming at I'm sorry, putting you under the target tonight, dude.
No, I know it's like flame grilled, but I was just like, I'm trying to make words because Slide is also in there.
Let's go, bro. It's easy, bro. He'll bring you the Sly, he'll bring you the Bry. That's the whole thing, bro. It doesn't matter. Like, Sly's gonna give it to you. But that's what I'm saying. So we need T-Hawk needs to find a way out of this. He needs to take to the skies like a hawk would and try and get over like the smoke cloud that is.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Sly's
also
Big Bry.
Horong has a lot of tools to get out of those pressures. Like he's back one, like that sidestep back one thing. Like they may have removed what was good about it in the previous season, but it's still a really good tool because it's so quick and it also puts you off axis.
Yeah.
Where all the pokes that Sly is doing at the moment is very linear, so he can get around it, but he needs to use those options. He's not using any of them at the moment.
Okay. No, that makes sense.
Yeah, man,
Maybe
this character used to be my favorite, but like the problem with most characters from season 1 is that everyone's been playing a lot of matches against them, and like that knowledge is going to continue over each season.
But that's just kind of how it works, right? I mean, that was the big issue that people had with like Akuma in Tekken 7, because as like legacy Tekken players, they don't know how Akuma works. But then, I mean, we've had Akuma for 3 seasons, so
and people still don't know how he works.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Ah, you see, there's the face that I pulled.
All right, back at it again. SlyRsi with 1, T-Hawk with 0. My man has to make a move. Nice punish. Wow, dude, this is real Tekken frame by frame.
Launch.
Big launch by Sly. Oh, those extensions!
Trying to push him to the wall. Didn't get the slide out.
Didn't get the slide. I think, yeah, he was definitely...
You see, there we go. Flamingo pressure.
Oh, yeah. Doesn't work. Nice throw tech, though, by T-Hawk. Back against the wall. SlyRsi is in a dangerous position.
Oh, there's the slide.
The slides coming. Big mid check by SlyRsi, taking the first round. Hey, back at it again. Second round. T-Hawk back. Don't you sing the song.
How do you know?
I heard you, bro.
It's like one of my favorite stages, man. You can't drop combos that are wall extensions, man. You need to hit everything. Ugh.
Nice.
Oh, there we go.
Nice punish.
While Rising 4-4 is such a good punish tool for Horror.
Did he press?
Oh, there we go.
Blocked by T-Hawk. Finally awake. You can definitely feel, like I said, dude, you can feel the nervousness in this match. Nice. Starts the grinder.
See, there's the grinder.
The grinder is in.
That's what I like to see. Back 3. Big boy combo. Dead. Hiya. Finish him.
Big damage by T-Hawk.
That's Horror.
T-Hawk definitely coming back.
Back 3.
Big back 3 launch.
Wall.
Into the court on the wall.
Oh, didn't. Oh, nice jump. Like, oh, dude. That's really. Oh, no.
Big counter hit launch by Sly.
Oh, he dropped these.
Jump. I think he was trying to go for 4-3+4, but that didn't work out. And
the max range slide.
The slides begin.
Oh, did that hit with the wall there?
Definitely. And
with
his
wall
health,
stops most rage arts.
No. He would still land. It would throw a nice take by T-Hawk.
Oh, he brings it back.
Mid checks great by SlyRsi. This could be match point for Sly or set point for T-Hawk, putting them back for 1-1. And the slides, they begin again. There is no escape.
Dude, nice sidestep on the side there. Use back one, please. Use back one. Pushes him to the wall, and it reaches.
He reaches for the big damage. Tries to throw tech by SlyRsi. Whoa, weird angle.
Nice
but
sidestep.
SlyRsi takes it, landing his place on second last, but still on the leaderboard. Definitely with some wins. Doing work. SlyRsi was definitely able to overpower him with his big pressure. How do you feel about that, Gas Mask?
I'm just saying, round 3 and 4, that's how you play Horong. You don't give your opponent an opportunity to even do a thing. Like, Sly didn't press a single button in one of those rounds. You know that, right? Like,
yeah, he was definitely not feeling it in the first couple of rounds. I'll agree with you on that.
yeah, but that was clean. Like the rounds that he won was clean. Like, it's showing that he does have the potential to actually like pull a W out of this.
No, he
Like-
definitely can. I feel like every player on this roster has more than enough potential to do that. It's just that they probably just have bad matches. That's all it is. Like,
Yeah,
singular.
it's like
That's the thing.
everyone has their days, I guess.
Everyone has their days, bro. Everyone has their day. And this today was Sly's day, coming out, giving all of us a nice bri on this Sunday night. Any other closing statements, my man?
Nah, I just want to make sure everyone stays safe and sanitized. And we're going to throw it back to the desk.
Hey, there we go.
Right, thank you so very much, guys. Indeed, a very close match coming in from both of these lads, and of course, it was very much required as well because both of them were at the bottom of that leaderboard. But
Absolutely.
indeed, Sly play coming in from SlyRsi today has brought in a victory for him, a clear-cut victory, even though it was a bit intense.
Yeah, that's true. And if we talk about the character, which is Howrung,
Oh yes,
he have the power, he have the damage as well. And if we talk about Law and Howrung, they both use the mixing combos of kicks as well as punches. It will work out. And if we talk about from starting, T-Hawk is just trying to fight and did a explosive damage, a high amount of damage. But somehow SlyRsi is capitalizing and trying to win this round. And yes, he is winning some rounds as well. And he just won 3 rounds in a row by proving that yes, aggression works. And Law always, whenever he attacks and trying to counter attack as well, he just always in plus frames. That's why he have a upper hand, and that's why he's just winning attacks as well. And if we talk about the game, which was performed by T-Hawk. T-Hawk still trying to get some rounds, and in the second game he won 2 rounds as well. He's just trying to fight back, but unfortunately SlyRsi did a 300 IQ gameplay because he know that if Howrung trying to dodge some attack, he just have to dodge some attack, then what he do? He just trying some low attacks. But if opponent tries to do some low attacks, then it 100% going to give you damage until unless you are crouched.
absolutely. And those are the moments where indeed Sly took that victory away from T-Hawk because, I mean, every single round,
Yep.
Sly was being so very clever with those cheeky,
yes.
low tackles every single time to be able to get away. But as we moved on into that second round, and that is where T-Hawk was finally able to move Sly towards the edge
Yep,
of the
that's
arena itself. That's where it felt like maybe T-Hawk might just be able to get away from this game.
Yeah, that's true. And that's how Blotter is saying that SlyRsi is very clever because whenever Howrung pushes him towards the wall, he just sidesteps and move away from the board because he knew that Howrung did a high, very lethal wall damage, and that's why he just get escaped and won the 2 games.
Absolutely. With that, of course, let's quickly segue to our standings themselves and find out what has happened after this match. Well, indeed, what has happened is Sly has moved all the way into 5th spot as of now. That is looking really neat for the dude because he's had a clear-cut win in these 3 rounds that he has played right now. And I mean, he don't even play 3 rounds, just 2 rounds, and it was his game.
Yep, that's true. And we talk about the SlyRsi from 7th position, climb up to the 5th position. And I'm very excited that SlyRsi maybe improve his gameplay and move forward to 1st, 2nd, and 3rd position as well. But the main problem is for T-Hawk. He just have to study the gameplay of other players. That and next day and next week, at which player he have to fight and what character they choose. Because if I talk about SlyRsi, he know that T-Hawk maybe choose Haorong and what he did. And that's why he know that if I take Law, then he have plus frames which is going to help me during the fight, and yes, it did so. And
indeed, that is true. And with that, of course, this dude SlyRsi has certainly taken a victory today. But as we move on to next weekend, that is of course next Friday, when Umzansi is going to come back again with the segment of Tekken 7, that's when we shall witness Sly go up against, right off the bat, in first day itself on Friday, he's going to go up against the 7th position holder as of now,
Yep.
D4. That's going to be another wonderful match to witness.
Absolutely.
That is going to take place next weekend. Though, for right now, we do reach the end of our Tekken 7 segment. It's not the end of the stream, though. Stick around, as the aggressive Counter-Strike is still left, which shall continue after a short break. Hello and welcome back once again to Umzansi Esports League by Nodwin Gaming. You're joining us live on Jinx TV, and certainly do hope your weekend is coming on phenomenally, because right now it's going to get a bit aggressive. Right now it's going to get into Counter-Strike realm, where indeed we've got two phenomenal teams coming in with a brutal energy to showcase some sheer dominance. With that, of course, to talk more about the same, I do have the analyst joining me today, and it is none other than Bane Phoenix once again.
There you go.
Bane,
I mean, we
Bane,
are
dude,
a
that
happy
is
bunch
Bane.
of people now,
That is
right
Bane.
now. But apart from that, talking about the teams that are going to be playing Energy Gaming, we have seen them playing some amazing Counter-Strike out there, and today they will be going against Online Kingdom, who are kind of struggling, but you know, never know, they might be full of surprises. But there's one player from Energy Gaming that I'm definitely looking forward to, that is Panda.
Oh yes, indeed, that is so very true. Panda, last time around when he played, it was a sensational game to watch coming in from this dude. And indeed, when it comes to the teams, both of them are going to be bringing in quite a lot of awesome energy, but for some odd reason, I still feel like Energy Esports has it in the bag.
Well. I guess they also have the stacks favored up on them. But right now, we'll take a look at the standings, where Sinister are leading the table with 7 points, 3 matches, 2 wins. But if you take a look at Energy Gaming, the last time they played, I think they've just played 2 games and
Right.
have won both of them. So now, if they are going to win this one as well, they're definitely going back on top.
Absolutely, yeah, and with that sort of a dominance, Energy Esports is looking very, very strong in this entire league. But on the other side, of course, is Online Kingdom. And Online Kingdom, well, I believe right now the story is going to be a bit of a topsy-turvy sort of a situation, because again, as far as the stats themselves are concerned, just for the league itself, they are having a bit of a slow start. But that does not mean that they do not have what it takes, because after all, when it comes to the Inkosi Super Cup, there were so many teams, and now we've got 8 teams that have finally been able to get away from that competition and make their name, because here they are, part of the Umzansi Esports League itself. And with that, what are they fighting for? That massive prize pool. Talking about the prize pool itself, season 1 and 2 combined, you are looking at a whooping 1 million rands. That is incredible feat altogether by itself. And individually, when you talk about Counter-Strike, this is 338,000 rands that these lads are fighting for. And of course, that does imply that the gameplay has to be a top-notch game every single time.
Yes, and right now we will have to see as to where these players are gonna face off against each other. And well, no surprises there. Inferno being picked up yet again. So in this map, we had seen Energy Gaming, who was struggling against White Rabbit Gaming in those initial rounds, but they really did come back stronger and never let White Rabbit Gaming get that lead again. So let's see what is going to happen in this particular game.
Absolutely. With that, of course, those of you who do know these teams and the players themselves, hashtag Umzansi, hashtag their name, the team's name, and of course tag us as well alongside that, and let us know. Either use Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, whatever suits your boat. Let us know what is that one team, that one player that you guys are rooting for. With that, let's get busy with this game and get it over with. Of course, that means it is time to throw it to our casters that indeed are none other than Patchy and S-Proxy.
Thank you so much, guys. And yeah, what a game. What an exciting couple of teams that we have on the roster for tonight. So with me, it's going to be Patchy. Are you excited for tonight? It's Energy Esports versus Goliath. Nearly saying that, Goliath Gaming. It's Online Kingdom instead. So it looks like I'm also having the same sort of English troubles that Lord is having, but it's fine. We'll move on from that.
Yeah, so we've got 2 teams on here, Online Kingdom, of course, and Energy. Now, we've seen both of these teams, competing in recent times, but ultimately, like we said, or like was said on the analyst desk, Online Kingdom, they've been struggling just a little bit in recent times, and they're really going to have to try their absolute best to put some rounds on the board here in this match, because, we're here on Inferno, and it's already getting straight into the action.
And already we're seeing Online Kingdom taking a bit of B control, trying to keep up that pace, and they're trying to get B relatively quickly. TheBeastBianchi is on the retake here. Panda, that impact player, left on the site alone, but he's got the backup from TheBeastBianchi, so making quick work there of that initial entry. But nonetheless, Online Kingdom have the site. They're going to get the bomb down, and now what they need to worry about is this retake coming through from Energy. So waiting to see how they're gonna deal with it. So TheBeastBianchi down to 718 HP. And just behind the smoke, we do see that Ruben is just holding it, waiting. A bit of utility within the Online Kingdom camp there, so they will have, a flash or two to help with this retake. But I say that Ruben, the man with the utility, goes down immediately, so it's down to Kana, Falls, and Shia respectively. And Kana, there we go, starting it off strong. Doing well, has to deal with the last two, and the crossfires are just too much to deal with for Energy. Litchlord down to a 1v1, managing to take down Falls and Sheer, but it's just not enough, man. But, oh my goodness gracious, both Tianki and Litchlord finishing it off with a 2k.
Yeah, what a great opener for Online Kingdom there to be able to get that bomb down and actually get some money for themselves. And the fact that they could then also continue and hold on to that bomb site means that they've put their best foot forward in here in a match that they really do need to, perform their absolute best. We saw the similar sort of opening in the previous match that we saw from Online Kingdom, so we can't get our hopes up just yet, but this is definitely a hopeful thing for fans of Online Kingdom here watching today. They're definitely going to be liking that performance, or liking that start at least.
And let's hope we see a little bit more of this. Online Kingdom starting it off strong, taking that first round. I mean, it was coming a bit close there, down to the 1v1. We'll see if these extra bit of rifles and AKs, might I add, are going to be what just takes them over, takes that momentum, and gets a couple of rounds onto the scoreboard. But so far, Energy, with that double scout set up, they're ready and waiting for that range control. And I'm seeing deagles, I'm seeing utility, so we might actually see a conversion here coming out from Energy if they can manage to connect the shots there. But let's wait and see. Currently, Online Kingdom just holding a bit of a default, trying to get some control and expecting the aggression here from Energy. Trying to get a good bit of information here. Is Falls already up banana, so he's got some good control here, some good information. And we do see that Online Kingdom instead are going to be edging towards the A site. So, bit of an interesting one here. We've got these SMGs that can be so powerful going through to this waterfall position. There's the flash, and now the sound cues are given away. So, Online Kingdom hoping to get the entry, hoping to get this A site. They need to deal with Litchlord first, as he's holding that first initial angle with the scout, waiting to take the head of Rigwell here, potentially the head of Shria, but instead, look at this. Falls doing the work on the B bomb site, actually taking the focus away from the A site, managing actually to do a lot of damage, in fact, taking down Panda and putting Litchlord down to some very low HP. And look at this, his teammate just taking that and taking the A-bomb site. So easy peasy does it, and Destroyed going down, leaving Tianki in a 1v4 now. I mean, this is not a doable situation. Yeah, this is basically done. I think Tianki's pretty much done for at this point. He can maybe get one with the scout here, might potentially be able to get those long angles onto the team, but ultimately Online Kingdom executing a really nice little strat there. They knew they had the weapons advantage there. Energy tried to buy up a couple of those scouts to put in the damage, but ultimately the weapons advantage that Online Kingdom had was touted quite nicely. They put one of the players towards B, they just swarmed into A. It was a nice little not really a bait, but mostly just sort of drawing some attention to the B-bomb side, keeping them, on their toes, making sure that they're getting all the players, and, well, they managed to wipe all of them out, get the money on the board, and they've got their second round as well. So a nice good start for Online Kingdom here, but now is the time that we're really going to see, what they're made of, because they need to convert this third round as well, and then they need to keep it going after that, because once Energy buys up and things are evened out, that's really going to be the test of whether Online Kingdom can keep themselves up or not. I mean, all that Energy have going for them this round is that nade stack, potentially doing a lot of damage, and then finishing it off the USPs there. Oh, they're only going to be catching Ruben, but the damage is done, and Tianki is continuing it. My goodness gracious, these pistols are actually doing a lot of damage in the camp of Online Kingdom, but they're going to be able to finish it off with two players left. So a couple guns, dropped there, but nonetheless, the economy is looking great for them. And now, like we said, now is when Energy is going to be able to buy up, and it's going to be finally an even footing round here.
Yeah. So, that round ended nice and quick as we expected. Online Kingdom just flexing their guns, making sure they're not dropping any unnecessary rounds. If they had lost that one, I would have been very, very scared for them. But at least they put the 3 rounds on the board, so they've got their good footing. And now is the real test. Equal guns, basically. They've got util on both sides. They've got the armor. Everything's there. So now we just have to wait and see how this round plays out.
I'm liking this bit of aggression here from Panda and Tianki, initially trying to take a bit of B control, but that utility is going to push them off. They're going to try and just keep holding on to what they have, as this round is definitely, the first turning point for Energy. This is potentially their first round onto the board, and potentially the start of the momentum train that they want to get going, but we'll see how this pans out. Again, Online Kingdom holding a good default, getting some good map control, which is what I like to see. You know, last night it looked a little bit troublesome, and it seems like they have just come back swinging. They're absolutely staying dynamic and getting some good control here, especially going against a team like Energy, who we've seen time and time again have taken that aggressive stance. It's good to see that they're just sort of holding them in place for now, especially with this first round, which can be so crucial. And now we're going to be seeing a bit of a shift in movement here as they're trying to find that opening frag. It's 45 seconds left on the clock, and they have yet to actually take a fight on either side. So Litchfield with that little bit of a molly is going to give his position away, and Sheer is going to swing and take down Destroyed once immediately, as Litchfield did have to fall back, unfortunately. But nonetheless, it's still a 4v5. It is still pretty doable as Energy have full site control. It's 30 seconds left on the clock, and time is starting to run out. You can see they've completely invested into this A site take, and Mango is making that all much harder. And TheBeastBianchi climbing in, unfortunately, just getting taken down one by one. It seems like Online Kingdom are just having the aim tonight. So 10 seconds left. They're going to get the bomb down. It's a 2-on-3 retake, and it's such a tough one.
Yeah, look at this positioning here. I actually really love the way that Online Kingdom played this one. It was super, super smart for them, and I'll explain why just in a second as we see the cities moving into the site. The first one's taken, the second one goes down, only one left. It's Panda, but he can't make it happen. Done and dusted for Online Kingdom, and let me explain exactly why I like the strategy pulled out here from Online Kingdom. So what actually happened there is Online Kingdom did the same thing that they did, I think, a round or two ago, where they sent all of their players towards A, after taking the map control, but they had one player up all the way at the top of Banana after they had taken that control, and that one single player towards the B site was able to keep both of the CTs playing there, right there on that site, not allowing them to rotate onto A, which allowed them to take that site pretty much uncontested. You know, they just had to get the numbers advantage, walk in, take the kills. So they played really, really smart on that one.
And they're seeming to just be, at this point, a slight step ahead of Energy. But we'll have to wait and see. It's still very early on in this map. And I say that talking about early on in this map, Sheer already taking down Destroy, trying to get a bit of aggressive peek there into second mid. So that's a bit of information lost for Energy. And that's just a pistol dropped as they are on this full pistol buy. And right now, I mean, this should be a surefire round for Online Kingdom. They're taking it slow and methodical. They're just peeking the angles that they needed to. And Energy, unfortunately, this is going to be a tall order to potentially, you know, just save a gun, maybe get an extra bit of kills, you know, to pad those bank accounts. But ultimately, this should be the 5th round for Online Kingdom. But we'll wait and see, as I don't like to jinx it. But nonetheless, these pistols have been pretty insane from Energy. So we'll wait and see as this B-Tech is about to happen. And this time around, it's not a full one setup from Online Kingdom. They're fully intended on taking B, and together they will go, because they need to be careful of all these little angles that the pistols could be hiding, that those shots from Energy can be shooting. And easy enough, they take the B bomb sites, and look at this control here from Online Kingdom, absolutely just shutting down Energy one by one. They just don't have any angles, you know, that they can safely peek at this point.
Oh yeah, I am loving this coming out from Online Kingdom right now. This is such a change up from what we've seen them in the past here. They look so confident here on this map, and I'm really liking the clean way that they're playing. They're checking all the corners. Like usually I always have to sit here and say, you know, patchy rule 101 of CS, always check your corners. But these guys are checking their corners. They're making sure they're not missing out on any of those angles. They're getting in and they're winning those fights. And it's really, really good to see, you know, coming out from Online Kingdom, because this is definitely a very crucial, you know, sort of booster for them, because, you know, in recent times, like we said, they haven't really been giving the performance that we've wanted to see from them. And now they have the chance to give us that performance. They've been doing so well against Energy, no less.
And I mean, look at this pace change immediately from Online Kingdom. They are not staying predictable, but they have to deal with Destroyed around the corner. Finally, the open hand, and he's looking to start it off strong. Oh, there we go. The collat is there, looking for the.
Whew. Wow. Wow. That was just Energy finally steps it up and gives us what we know they can do. You know, we were sitting here praising Online Kingdom, and that's all still well and good. Online Kingdom been doing really, really well recently, but Energy, we know they can do some insane stuff. We were just waiting for them to flick that switch, and there it was. They flicked the switch right there, and some insane stuff just happened right there. And Online Kingdom just weren't able to respond. So right now, they've got their first round on the board, and they're looking to keep putting the rounds on the board here. Online Kingdom need to play this one smart. They need to play this one steady if they're going to be able to keep those rounds coming, which is exactly what they want to do right now. So 1 minute, 33 seconds left on the clock here. Online Kingdom now taking that map control as per usual. Let's see if they can get some more rounds for themselves, or if Energy have started some sort of snowball coming on here, because yeah, that round definitely felt like the flip of a switch. All right, so
and we'll just see if they can continue at this point. Sorry, I'm back.
Okay, yeah, I was waiting. I was like,
is she back?
Yeah, welcome
there
back.
There we go. So Energy with the first round, and quite an impactful and sort of just a shock of a round to start off with, but nonetheless Energy take it in a very lovely fashion there. Hopefully we'll see a little bit more of that as we go into our 7th round. So Online Kingdom, again, good control. I'm loving that they're keeping this control constantly, and Falls, that one man banana take is working out for them. I mean, with the support of his teammates, they have kept map control so well. So this gives them a lot of options now to decide where they want to go. And it looks like this time around we're going to be seeing a bit of a 1-4 fake, but this time it's going to be the A side that's going to be faked around, and it's going to be 3 players on the A bomb side from Energy, just keeping focus on A side because Kana is making a lot of noise. So they're expecting an A tech. Tianki and Panda already starting to move around, and they're going to be having to deal with 4 Sarah's running at their position, and Panda and Tianki with the anchor again. Here we go with the multi-kills from Panda. We've seen it so much before in Inferno, and now he's starting off strong again. Let's see if he can get a couple more. He's going to take down Sheer, so that's the bomb down. Oh, that's 2 seconds left on the clock. It doesn't matter right now, Kana. Just try and survive. Ooh, okay, take down 2. That's a good bit of extra money, but an unfortunate round there for Online Kingdom.
Yeah, so Online Kingdom, they did a really good job of starting this out, but Energy, they flicked the switch. They're now doing what we know they can do. They playing very well. You know, we could see just one player anchoring towards the B side, just playing, dancing around the back, and you know, making it so difficult to hit him. And well, this is the sort of performance that we usually expect to see out of Energy, and it's good to see them, you know, answering and stepping up in that way. The question now becomes, you know, does Online Kingdom have something else in their pocket right now? Because we've seen them do the 1-4 fake, and we've seen them do it twice or 3 times now, one towards each side and maybe somewhere else as well. But do they have anything else in their pocket right now? Because they're going to have to pull something out. You know, 1-4 is a great strat, don't get me wrong, but you've got to have more in the book if you want to be able to take down the likes of Energy.
We'll see if they manage to stay a bit more dynamic. I mean, so far we have seen a bit of a revitalized Online Kingdom, so potentially they have a lot more to show for us. Hopefully they can keep it up and just keep taking it. So now, it seems like they're finally on the pistol round. They've got these 2 AKs, so they can do a lot of damage, and Falls are going to be the first to see Tianki. Ooh, there's the 1 dig, but they have to deal with Panda. He manages to take down 2, so that puts it a bit on, you know, an advantage there for Energy. They've got a 3-on-2 retake, and Mango is going to be coming up from Banana there, so that's a good bit of angles that they have at their disposal. They need to find Online Kingdom, though. They're sitting in the corners there, and Regbar, look at this. Oh, this is going to be cheeky. This is a bit of a gamble, but it might work out because he's got his teammate right around the corner to help him out. Oh, unfortunately, the timing isn't there. Now it's Sheer in a 1v3.
Yeah, and well, that was basically all they could hope to do at that point, just a little bit of damage to try and make it a bit more difficult for Energy, but Energy looking to run away with this one now. They've put 3 rounds on the board, they're looking to take some more, and I mean, if you're Online Kingdom, 5 rounds in a row is pretty good, but you also have to wonder, you know, what is the plan right now? Because Online Kingdom have to bring something out to try and stop this Energy push, because Energy now putting so many rounds on the board in a row is looking to keep it going, as already the first frag going to go the way of Online Kingdom. So that's a great start to the round for them. They're setting up, trying to get that map control. But speaking of map control, Energy putting some serious presence towards Banana. They're actually pushing straight down. Panda going to be right here, winning the fight immediately, spraying through it, despite the fact that he was blind and getting that frag. So the conversion's there. It's 2 players already down for Online Kingdom, and their lead is taken away quite quickly by Energy.
We'll see if they can pull this back though, but 3v4, they've at least got a bit of apps control here, but you can already see that Energy is expecting this. They are fully stacked, they are fully prepared for this 8x. So Online Kingdom are going to be going on a 3-on-3, and they still have to deal with Tianki on the flank if he chooses to do so. So with a bit of utility, they might actually catch Panda off guard here. There's the flash. It's unfortunately not going to reach him because he's sitting in the sneakiest of corners. There's the reverse flash. Oh, he's going to take down one, nearly takes down the second, but Sheer on 26 HP. That makes this A side take all that much more difficult. So now Tianki's still on the B bomb side. So even if they choose to take this the CT approach, which I think honestly is the best sort of case that they can in this point, but it's still going to be difficult as Tianki is actually expecting it. He's got the call from his teammates, so he's just holding this cross now. Oh, this is another mind read here. So Ruben and Sheer might get caught off guard here if they're not checking this angle, and he's playing it so carefully. Oh, he's just going to let them slide. He's going to give his teammates time to rotate around, and he actually might take the 2k. Takes down Sheer. 10 seconds left on the clock. Ruben has the bomb, so he's just going to have to go for the plant. Oh, and he's going to get taken through the smoke there. Oh, such an unfortunate round there.
Just perfectly played by Energy at the end there. You know, the players there being able to respond exactly how they needed to do. Even though one player still left on the site, the rotate came through from Online Kingdom. The one player playing towards B there in Church, he was able to play exactly how he needed to play. He didn't pull the trigger too quickly, didn't get too frisky, managed to just peek slowly as he needed to get that information, take the one kill, and then just retreat and not do anything crazy. And it's really that sort of form coming out from Energy that really is their strength at this point. And Online Kingdom, they really want to put a couple more rounds on the board, and it's going to be difficult now because they've been relegated to pistols.
Pistols and a couple of nades that unfortunately just aren't meeting their mark, but instead Energy, Tianki and Panda are going to do the work, take down Ruben, and there's Kana also getting taken down by Lich Lord. So already two players drop. Those pistols are going to be all that much more difficult. I say that, sure, taking the kill onto Tianki, so that's a bit of extra cash, but unfortunately, I say that, but fortunately for Energy, I mean, they're just holding strong at this point.
Yeah, super quick out of there. They get one at least, but instantly fired back from by Energy. They managed to just close it out super quick. They do not let Online Kingdom get anything more than they have to. It's it's a case of those pistols. We've seen them do some crazy stuff in ZACS all across the board from some of these players, and in this league alone, we've seen some crazy stuff with pistols, but Energy, they don't let it run away. Sure, the pistols maybe get one, but they immediately fire back. They take advantage. They do not let pistols get anything more. And, well, now we're even out. 5-5 for both the teams, and Energy looking to keep the snowball going.
Yeah, the momentum now from Energy is starting strong. And Online Kingdom, they're just starting out. I mean, that was a pistol round, so we couldn't expect much from there. And now we're going to be seeing the equal footing. We're going to be seeing if Online Kingdom can figure out how exactly to break down Energy's defense. Again, they're leading towards this A-side take. We actually have all of the players just outside of apps taking second mid control, taking mid control. So it looks like they're invested into this A-bomb side take. They still have to go recover the bomb there, so that's a bit of time wasted, but instead his teammates, Rigar's teammates, might be able to take the site. In the meantime, we can see Ruben just edging around the corner, trying to find an entry, trying to find that initial frag, but destroyed. Lich Lord and Mango, they're sitting pretty on site. They're completely hidden from where Online Kingdom are expecting them to be, so a lot of time is going to be wasted. I think this passive play from Energy is really just helping at this point because it's wasting so much time from Online Kingdom, especially when you take into regard all the utility they're throwing at them. So this 1-4 take that they keep doing is unfortunately not going to keep working because they have the site. They know that there is no need for rotation just yet. So Falls can throw all the utility he wants to, but at this point, it's not fooling anybody. Energy's still on the side here. 20 seconds left on the clock, and they have to hit the shots. They cannot falter at this point. They cannot let Lich Lord take the 2k. Oh, there's the trade from Mango, and it's down. It's so down so early on there for Online Kingdom. Falls left in a 1v4, has to save it out. Oh my goodness gracious, what's happening, Patchy? Break it down for me.
I can tell you exactly what's happening. Exactly what's happening. I said way early on that the 1-4 is great, the strat's great, but you have to pull something else out of the hat. There has to be something in the strat book, and it's called a strat book for a reason because there's a lot of lines on a page and lots of pages in the book. One strat isn't going to cut it. 1-4 every single time isn't going to cut it. And that passive play there from Online Kingdom, it might just be a result of what it feels like a round that maybe they could have been winning, you know, a half that they could have been winning. They started off so well, and then suddenly Energy just takes 6 rounds back to back. And Online Kingdom is sitting there like, wait, hold on, weren't we just winning this one? And that's because they weren't able to progress from what they had started with, their early lead from winning the first round, which they seem to be consistent at doing. You know, Online Kingdom have the ability to beat Energy here. You know, it's not like they're, you know, bad. You know, it's not like they're worse or whatever. It's not like Energy is just so much better, because they are good. Energy is great. We've seen them perform really well, but Online Kingdom have really stepped it up in recent times. They've been doing a lot better. They managed to get the first round. They converted into 3. They do one strat, but you need to start moving to more strats. You can't just do the same thing every time and hope it works. You've got to progress, because your enemy will learn, and that's what Energy have done. They have learned from what Online Kingdom is doing. They adapted, and now something needs to change on the side of Online Kingdom.
And unfortunately, the round that they want to do that with, they have 5 Deagles. Well, I say that 4 Deagles and an AK to deal with. Oh, but there we go. Those Deagles are actually doing the work. And there we go. B side completely taken, as TheBeastBianchi was expecting that A push. So actually here, the bait and switch is actually working for them. They don't have any sort of utility to cross this B bomb side just yet. There's a smoke down, so they will be able to cross safely. And Ruben is going to just continue this reign of terror with the Deagle on for the 2K already. And there we go. 3 on 5. Online Kingdom have the site. They have the post plants. They just need to be careful of this man right here. Destroyed. Mango and Lichlord on the retake. We'll see if they can clutch it out and take their 6 round tired out. Oh, there we go. Mango already starting it off, taking down Connor. And they still have to find so much more. They have to find so many angles here. So many players still on site, still lurking, still taking them down. There we go. Online Kingdom 6th round. Wow. Actually converting that pistol round.
Exactly what they needed right there. They took a timeout, which is brilliant, because, you know, we were talking actually recently, I think it was yesterday even, where we were talking about, you know, how important timeouts are and how we didn't really see any of the teams utilizing it that much. Online Kingdom, they take a timeout, and that's exactly what they needed. Obviously, whatever happened in that timeout seriously worked, because they switched it up. They took the B control exactly as they needed to do, with pistols winning out against Energy. They had absolutely nothing to work with, just a couple of pistols, and they made it work. They got their 6th round on the board, and that's the confidence booster that they need. That's the switch up they needed. Now, hopefully, they just need to continue on in this path.
And well, I'm hoping for this, because I love to see this sort of competitive CS. You know, this is what you want to see. You don't want to see a one-sided match ever in Counter-Strike. So hopefully now Online Kingdom looking to take one against Energy here, who have been so dominant. And this will be such a beautiful start for Online Kingdom. I mean, I'm hoping for it. I'm waiting for it. But Energy is such a tough opponent that they have to deal with. And we're going to be seeing if they're going to be able to take this B bomb site. Just now, Ruben and Falls just etching towards taking control. Very, very passive at this point. They're not heading towards anything just yet. The utility is there, but the counter utility here from Energy is just blocking off all sorts of angles now. And with this A-side take, I mean, they're still just trying to edge towards anything at this point, but Energy just not giving anything for free at this point. All the angles covered, all the utility blocking them off, wasting so much of their time. We're down to 40 seconds on the clock here. And Online Kingdom still searching for that entry, still waiting and hunting for it. And we'll see. It looks like it's going to be a B this time. Falls, the first man to take the entry, has to deal with TheBeastBianchi here, who's just sidestepping and waiting for it. Hopefully with a bit of utility, it'll make it a bit easier, but we'll see how that pans out. Falls, here's the go. Here's the trigger. Has to find the players, and the flashes are so important at this point. Panda still left alive. TheBeastBianchi has been dropped, but he has done so well in terms of anchor position, but never mind that. 8 seconds left on the clock, and the bomb should be going down. Just. And around the flank is Rigwell, taking down that AWP destroyed. My goodness gracious. Mango, you're left in a 1v3. Do we go for this? Economy on the side of Energy is looking a little bit tight, and it's going to look all that much tighter. Online Kingdom, here we go. We're starting to get back.
Yes, this is the switch up they needed, and the setup for that round might have looked similar to what Online Kingdom were doing, but you'll notice actually that setup was completely different to their previous strats, you know, with the 1-4, that stuff. What they were searching for there was an opening, and it took them quite some time, and Energy didn't give them anything, which is actually exactly what you need to do if you're Energy. But what happened right there is at the end of the round, there was very little time left. There were no openings. Online Kingdom, they made a decision, which a lot of teams don't end up doing when they play like that, when they're looking for a crack in the defense. They pick a site to go on, they stack it, they choose a time, and they all go in. They utilize their man advantage, they leverage it, and they win the trades. And that is exactly what they needed to do. Really, really well played round from Online Kingdom there.
And Energy starting it off strong here with the nades, but they have to be careful because the blind falls is around the corner. Actually manages to take down TyeonKi, puts Panda onto 19 HP now. So defensively, Energy are looking a little bit more weaker. I mean, they've got pistols to their names at this point. They have already dropped to Rigwell, so that is a gun that can be recovered. But you have to go into enemy territory to retrieve that. So for them, they're still going to have to just deal with these pistols. They've got these good crossfires on the A-bomb site, but it looks like Online Kingdom are reading this correctly. They have the entry on B, and even though they're taking their time, it looks like they're going to be taking this B bomb site take. They've got all the utility, and they only have to deal with a 19 HP Panda to take this B bomb site. So we'll see how it turns out. Panda could waste a lot of time here. He's already good for one. Can he get a second? Can he waste more time for his teammate? Not edging to go through the smoke there because it is looking pretty dangerous, but he will get the call there to his teammates. So now Energy, you know, for the 7th round, they have to take a 4-on-4 retake with only pistols to their names. This is a tough one. At best, potentially we're looking at a couple of frags, but I say that these pistols have been insane in South African Counter-Strike in recent days, so we'll see if they can turn this into potentially another win. Just etching around the corner here. No boost just yet. They're just waiting for this utility to go down. And they're wasting a lot of time so far. I mean, I think we're crossing into the realm of impossible if we want to get a win out of this, but potentially just holding these exits now, as pretty much that's all that they can do at this point, and they're doing well. They take down 3. Sheer is left to rotate around. They're going to get the round, but at what cost?
Yeah, I mean, the cost is that at the moment, Online Kingdom, they're 2 rounds up. They are 6-8 at the moment. They're looking so strong. They've adapted very nicely. They've made a good comeback so far. And Online Kingdom in that scenario doing a good job once again of taking a site. Of course, they were up against pistol opponents, and it looked a little bit shaky towards the end there. But Energy, you could see that they're playing this one really textbook. They had to take the gamble stack. They knew they had to commit somewhere. They committed towards A. It was the wrong call. You can never really be 100% sure on that one. So, it is what it is. They make the rotate. They did a really good job of hitting a lot of damage into Online Kingdom there with the pistols. But at the end of the day, they did it a little bit too slowly. They weren't able to make it in time. Online Kingdom, the tempo was just in their favor, and they managed to get the bomb down, and that was that. So they win that one out. Really well played, but they need to continue this streak to get that last round in, because that will set them in a really, really good stead going into the next half.
And I mean, a 9-6 half is all you can hope for on an Inferno T side at this point. But we'll see. Energy looking to take it into a 7-8. They have managed to buy up with those extra bit of money from the pistols in that previous round. And Panda, there we go, starting it off strong, taking down Ruben. So there's an entry point, but with 43 HP, it's not looking too impossible for Online Kingdom. They still have a foot in this. And so far, the only foot that they have is really just some B control and some apps control at this point. They haven't yet found an entry into the A sites, and looks like they're actually going to be retreating from that. And again, defending and investing into this B bomb site for the take and the bomb plant. So getting ready set up for the utility. We're expecting a CT smoke, a construction smoke here, just to push those angles off from TyeonKi and Panda, who has been so strong with us all. Oh, he spots the barrel, actually takes the kill, in fact. So there we go, 30 seconds, the take is on, but the utility is so good from Energy, and Online Kingdom just can't get into the site. There's so much to deal with. There's a TyeonKi going absolutely wild with the Farmers, has dropped the bomb, and Kana left in a 1v5. This is a tall order if ever I've seen one. Oh my goodness gracious, so many angles to deal with, and that is going to be the 7th round for Energy.
Yeah, a well-played round from Energy. They managed to, at the end, adapt their style once again to face Online Kingdom, take them out, and, well, that was a very interesting half. I must say the back and forth was there. Online Kingdom, a really great opener, starting very well. Inkosi Esports adapted immediately. They were able to start putting the rounds on the board once again, come back very, very strongly. And then Online Kingdom, we didn't think they were able to adapt, but they proved me wrong, because they were able to take that timeout, a very, very much needed timeout, and they were able to readjust, pick up a new strat, just approach things a little bit differently, and put some more rounds on the board. Unfortunately, they weren't able to get the 9-6 half they were wanting for, but this is definitely a good start.
Ooh, and this is an even better start for Energy. There we go. 3 players already dropped. You're in a 4v2. You've got the A side completely to yourself. And now Rigwell and Ruben have to do the unthinkable. They have to clutch out a 2v4 for this first initial pistol round. And TheBeastBianchi is not going to make that any easier. Takes down Rigwell. Oh, and the one taps are so strong on the side of Energy. My goodness gracious, that's a very quick pistol round for Energy.
Yeah, a very crucial round for them as well. Winning that first round puts them in a really good stead going forward into this half. Obviously, Energy looking to close this one out. They don't want to let Online Kingdom get the better of them this time around. And for all the people who were really expecting Energy to run away with this one, Online Kingdom have been giving them quite a run for their money, doing an exceptional job at really just, you know, keeping the pace up, putting the rounds on the board. And the fact of the matter is they're having a much better showing than we've seen them in the past. So a really good improvement from this team, and they definitely have the potential to continue to push this one.
I'm hoping for it. I just want to see some competitive CS, but Energy looking to take away their 9th round. They've got the SMGs and Online Kingdom. As we can see, Connor unfortunately not expecting his back to get shot at. Nonetheless, Energy are going to continue this pace. Ooh, destroyed, taking down 2. There's a good response there from Falls as he takes down Panda. So that's gun recovered, a Mac 10. So not the best one that you want to be hoping for in this situation, but nonetheless, it's something. Continuing with a bit more, Mango just holding their focus now. He's making sure that there's no easy entryway. So at this point, I mean, they can go CT, but they're still going to have to deal with all of the Energy players waiting and just hoping they're going to come this way for some extra cash. So Mango is hunting for it now. He's got the SMG, he's got the upper hand in terms of firepower, and he's just farming the cash at this point. So 9th round for Energy. I mean, how is it going to be looking for Online Kingdom going into the next couple of rounds? I mean, they're on the CT side, which we know is notorious for being horrible in terms of your economy. You need so much to buy up. How is it looking?
Well, it's not looking super good for them because, you know, if they had, you know, committed to full saves, if they'd really, you know, pushed it all the way to the end, they could have potentially bought up into this one, maybe just bought a couple of, you know, guns or whatever, something small, but they're not going to be able to do that. They're going to go into the next one and they don't have lots of cash to work with, and when you're on the CT side, that's not a great position to be in. So they're going to have to save this one most likely. They could potentially buy some pistols, a little bit of util, you know, maybe something to support the Mac 10 that they've got going there. But at the moment, Online Kingdom are most likely going to be on the back foot in this round and potentially lose it out. And if that happens, then obviously they'll want to buy into the next one. And that is really the time where they'll be able to prove whether they can put the rounds on the board. Now, we did see them do that in the previous one, so there's definitely hope for Online Kingdom fans at the moment. They can still do the work that needs to be done, but if they can make something, you know, like a miracle round happen here, that could even be better for them.
Potentially tie it out as well, and just give them that little bit of extra cash that they need to fully buy up in the next round. They've done good in terms of just getting and holding onto that Mac 10, getting a bit of extra money from the pistols as Falls taken out destroyed, and that's already a beautiful AK recovered. So this is looking good for Online Kingdom. If we can sustain this, if we can keep this up, they have a potential deco swing here. And we'll see. Ruben's going to be the first man under pressure. Yes, he's got 3 terrorists to deal with. TheBeastBianchi already going to take him down, and there's that Archer's wrap. So now, I mean, Sheer and Connor, you're just getting swarmed at this point. Sheer already down, Connor left alive. They haven't found him just yet. Oh, you hate to see it. You know, you're just hoping for that insta-dink, but unfortunately, Connor's going to go down. And Energy looking good to take this 10th round. And really, the momentum from their side is building up, which you love to see. And it can be extremely dangerous if you're the opponent.
Yeah. Certainly can, and at this point we're seeing, you know, Energy, you can't expect them to not check those corners. You know, a team like Energy, they're going to check the corners, they're going to clear the site, and that's exactly what we see. You know, they check all the corners, they clear the site, they take down all the players that they need to. A little bit of damage being done here by Online Kingdom. They managed to get some stuff going for them. They managed to recover that, you know, the Mac, and They took down 3 other players, which is great. You know, you want to put the damage in. But right now, a little bit of damage to Energy economy is basically nothing. Destroyed sitting on plenty of money. 4K after a full buy. Everyone sitting on Energy is quite happy right now. So it's up to Online Kingdom to make something happen here. This is the do-or-die moment for them. They've got a full buy here. They've got the util. They've got the armor. Everything's sitting here for them. If they win this one, they could potentially build some momentum, get the rounds going, and move themselves in towards the end of the match. If they lose it, it's going to be difficult to recover.
We'll see what they can do just with this. This is a tall order, but I mean, there's such a good showing here from Online Kingdom. They're starting to really show us what they're capable of, and I'm loving to see it. Hoping for a bit more though, as they're potentially going into the 11th or the 9th round for them, depending on how they play this out. So already Energy with this such an impactful mid control here. They've already got full mid control. They're etching towards this this A side take, and they can do it with the right little bit of flash there. Ruben's going to be pulled off of that corner, and he has to be careful because around the corner is Mango. Oh, trying to flash out his teammates instead is going to get taken down. So, I mean, equal trades on both sides. Oh, a little bit of a TK. It's okay, Connor. I'm also getting a bit surprised here. Nonetheless, Energy still need to take this A site. Oh, and Tianki is going to do just that with the backup there from Litchshort. They need to be careful because around the back is Rigwell. He's been doing so much damage and he's continuing that take. So now that puts it onto a 2v3 retake. It's still a tall order. There's still a lot of work that needs to be done. And the positioning here from Energy is looking so good for this 11th round. But we'll see if Energy can just pull a rabbit out of the hat at this point. There's the flash. Oh, but the utilities is wasting their time, and I think that's going to have to be the save.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
That's unfortunate.
I 100% agree with this move. If Online Kingdom have pushed this one, I would have really questioned what it is that's going through their heads. They make the perfect call. They retreat. They pull back, saving the utility, saving the M4s, saving the armor. All of that's going to be very, very big for them because going into the next round, that means they could probably force up around these M4s. They'll be able to use the lost bonus to get some money in there. They should be able to do this. Give them a good chance. But the thing is, the question that I have is, if they weren't able to do it on that previous round, how are they going to do it here on this one? Because this is really going to be a true test of whether Online Kingdom can take the rounds on the CT side. If they don't take this one, then they're really going to be in a difficult spot. It's going to be very, very hard to come back. It's going to be difficult to shut down Energy in this spot that they're in now. And you can see Online Kingdom, they're taking that timeout once again. Hopefully it works out for them like it did in the previous one. You know, it can be a very, very powerful tool to be used, and it's being utilized here. Online Kingdom definitely need to switch something up, being able to respond to what Energy is doing and take them down if they want to get those rounds back and start evening things out once again.
Well, I'm at least, happy to see that Online Kingdom has sort of learned with some of the mistakes that they made against that gentleman game. They've started making more use of their timeouts, which is great. It's really impactful, and we've spoken about this before. And you can see the change in Online Kingdom's sort of composure that they're taking through. These timeouts are really being utilized beautifully, in all honesty. I mean, they're taking the right time to just talk about it and just come up with a new way of taking to the aggression towards Energy, because they've really been so dominating in terms of that quick pace, and we've seen it before and we're seeing it once again. Complete mid control, looking to take this A side. We've got 4 turrets already down in middle. Tianki doing a good work there. I mean, Kana with a beautiful response, takes down 2 with the pistol there, leaving it onto Rigwell and Falzio, who are the 2 with the rifles. But 2 on 3, oh, that's going to make it all that much sweeter. Rigwell takes down Mango, puts it onto a 2v2, so this is doable. This is still winnable for Online Kingdom. This is potentially their 9th round, and they definitely need it at this point. So just need to play it out smart, need to hold together, need to take the trades and just take it from Energy. But Litchshort and Destroyed actually sticking together and taking some good bit of lane control here. Oh, good flash, but nothing to utilize it off of just yet, as their position is just not quite there right yet. Still have to find the bomb, and they still have not yet found out where Energy is sitting. That's a good shot there from Rigwell. The defuse is in. It's a 10-second defuse, so it's a very long one. It's a pressure situation. Litchshort has to find him. Has to find Rigwell.
Oh!
No! That's
No ways!
Are you kidding me?
That is
knife kill.
amazing.
My goodness. Okay.
That is
what
amazing.
a round.
Online Kingdom win that by the skin of their teeth. They were literally hanging on by a thread, and by pure absolute chance, by pure luck, by pure positioning power, they managed to get that 10-second defuse on that bomb. I mean, I can analyze that round for you as much as you want, but at the end of the day, that was just completely up in the air. That could have gone either way, and it just barely went the way of Online Kingdom there.
You're right when you say just barely. I mean, we were talking about a couple of seconds here between the difference between a 12th round for Energy or a 9th round for Online Kingdom, and Falls finishing it off with a 9th round. Are you kidding me? I'm still a little bit, honestly, just speechless. Nonetheless, we're going into this 21st round, and Online Kingdom They're looking for this tie. They're looking to take this. So they're looking so much more revitalized, and I'm loving to see it. But Energy, I mean, they have such a big bag of tricks at their disposal. At this point, it can be anyone's game. Good bit of a boost here, so might actually catch Energy off guard here if they don't check it. We've seen them not check this before, but that was on an SMG buy. That was on a quick round, just trying to get some focus. So this is a bit of a gamble. Somehow Falls takes down 2. They were expecting that. They pre-fired their angle, but the connection isn't there, and the connection instead is in the hands of Rigwell. Takes down Lichlord, but the trade is there from Panda, so now it's still a 2-on-4. Oh, this is such a difficult round for Energy, somehow falling apart bit by bit. And Online Kingdom already set for this retake, so Energy looking to take a bit more of an aggressive stance, just get a couple of kills. Oh, through the wall. Falls, what are you doing? You're on your 3k. My goodness gracious. And now it's all left or destroyed. He has to deal with 4. He takes down Sheer, but Kana is there with the trade. Oh, beautiful round there from Falls. Absolutely just massive on the anchor position. And I mean, please, you tell me more. I'm speechless.
Energy make one single mistake in that round and it costs them the entire round there. As they came into the bomb site, they were executing in there, all the util was done, everything was good, and we've seen Energy check their angles. They know how to do it. But as their entry comes in to check the angle up on top of the boost, he takes the shot. He actually pre-fires the spot, but he misses. It's not actually on target, which allows Falls to just sit there and get 2 free kills. And that is a huge mistake. Like, you cannot let that boosted player exist up there. You have to either kill them or push them off. And that did not happen. The pre-fire was there, but maybe it seemed even half-hearted. Whatever the case is, they missed that one. They don't take down Falls. Falls gets 2, jumps off, falls back, gets a 3rd. Like, what is that? That's just punishment from Online Kingdom. They know exactly how to respond to that one. And if Energy don't, clean that up a little bit, they might just fall to Online Kingdom again.
And I mean, the money is looking so good for Online Kingdom. You've got teammates, with 10 to 11k who can drop you endlessly at this point. So Online Kingdom, really looking good in this round. So they just need to deal with Mango, who's already taking the entry. And look at this pace from Energy. They don't care about your utility. They're just going straight through it. Tianki. Fire burns, but nonetheless, let's go through it. They've already got a good lane control here. They've already got a good taking into A site. If he can potentially take down Ruben here, who is hunting for it. With a bit of help from his teammate, he's going to take the kill. Rigwa as well, taking down Panda. So now it's a 3-on-3. Mango with a good entry, but Sheer still on side, as is Rigwa. They're just tearing Energy apart bit by bit. And unfortunately, Mango now left in a 1v3. He's going to have to ace clutch it out if he wants to take the 12th round for his team. Going to be able to plant the bomb here and got good cover. Has to be careful though, because out every corner there's an Online Kingdom player waiting to take you out. So I mean, Falls finishing it off there with the AWP shot, recovering all the guns that they need. They're going to be able to save 2 AWPs for this next round.
And once again, Online Kingdom come back with such a resurgence, such renewed vitality in this one after taking that timeout. If this doesn't prove to people how important taking timeouts is, then I honestly don't know what to tell you. Like, I've given you so many examples of how taking that timeout can just really help you switch things up. And Online Kingdom, they do it. Right here, once again, they take the timeout, they get themselves reset, they adapt, and they do exactly what they need to do. And they're coming out on top. They managed to even the rounds out. It's 11-11, and they're not looking to slow down. And Energy, they only have pistols, so Online Kingdom looking nice and good in this one.
Oh, we'll see if they can continue it. Regua, ooh, blindly taking down Panda. Falls is there to help you. Falls is there with the flick sticks down Tianki. I mean, this is a pistol round, but my goodness gracious, the shots are just so good from Online Kingdom at this point that it doesn't matter what Energy are doing. Are you kidding me, Falls? This man, please.
Yes.
Oh, double Kobe for the
So
12th
much
round
yes.
of Online Kingdom. Could you take a round any better way?
No, probably not. I think that's...
Well, we've already had a 10-second defuse and a knife round win, so never mind.
This has been one of the most eventful games, and I legitimately did not expect this. Online Kingdom have just showed that they can step it up. They can be a really, really, really good team, and that is exactly what they're showing here. They're taking round after round now. Their vitality is here. They're getting the shots, and look at this. Ruben even taking the timing shots. Like, these guys are looking so much... This is a whole different Online Kingdom.
I think it's just the confidence at this point. I mean, getting a 10-second defuse with a knife round, I mean, the momentum is there, the hype is there. Now finishing off with a double Kobe. Online Kingdom are just getting these amazing rounds, and I don't blame them for having such confidence at this point. I mean, come on, at this point, Energy looking a little bit perturbed as to what is happening, who will be playing against. This is definitely not who we were expecting to play against so far. But nonetheless, they're going to have to turn it around, and they're going to have to just figure out, okay, what is happening? How are these rounds losing? Why are we not checking these angles? Like we said, it's one little mistake, and Online Kingdom are just exploiting it to perfection. And at this point, it's looking pretty rough for Energy. A lot of utility damage so far. They're on a 4v5. With that time shot there from Ruben, they've already got the entry destroyed down to 50 HP. They've fully invested into what looks like a B-side take. There's the utility, there's the trigger, there's the response here from Online Kingdom. They still have players on site. Oh, Kana can't get that initial shot there. And Ruben smoked off completely. Energy is finally getting A-side, B-side shot. So they've got 4 players on site. They've got time to get some good post plants, and this could be their 12th round. And we'll just have to wait and see if they can hold it, if Online Kingdom can instead convert it. All is yet still to be seen. Oh, Lich Lord playing the angles right, takes down Rigwell. Looking to take down the second. Sheer, though, stays alive and instead gets the trade. A lot of damage done so far, and it's just falling apart bit by bit on both sides. Falls left in a 1v1. Destroyed, managing to clutch it out there with 5 HP, and that's the 12th round for Energy. Such a close one.
Yeah, that was definitely a very close one. And unfortunately for Online Kingdom, what really went wrong for them there was the fact that they weren't able to get the initial kills. Nothing really was converted from the initial push that Energy was doing up from Banana. And then they also weren't able to shut down the initial push coming out from them onto the site. They weren't able to get the trades, which means that they were on the back foot and Energy took control of the site. And they managed to bring it back pretty well after that, but ultimately it came down to the 1v1 and, well, Energy managed to win that one out just barely. So they got the round, evened things out, but Online Kingdom have been on a roll here, and I mean, one round isn't really going to change all too much. They can still buy up into this one, so they're still looking pretty strong here.
12 apiece now, you know, Energy clutching it out. Oh, that's okay, Ruben. I do that all the time. Don't stress. You know, just hitting that little pixel on the corner. It's the worst part. Nonetheless, all of this utility already wasted within the first couple of 20 seconds on both sides. I mean, you've got smokes all across the map, and none of it has really given you any sort of advantage this yet. I mean, Tianki down to a little bit of a 17 HP mark there, but still 5 players on the board on each side. Still waiting for that initial entry is Energy. They want to get into this A site, but instead we're going to be falling back. We've got some good control on this B bomb site. Tianki making a lot of noise, actually pulling Sheer away now. So if they choose to take this, they might be looking into the scopes of 3 crosshairs. But we'll see. There's the there's the flick from Falls. Takes down Tianki through the smoke somehow. Mango with a good trade onto Rigwell, so opening up that B bomb site. And once again, they should be able to get the bomb down, but Falls, what are we doing? Through the smoke, once again, gets a kill onto Destroyed. No scope, I might add. Nonetheless, this is still a 3-on-4. Energy have the bomb down, they have sight. They just need to be careful where they're peeking. Panda, be careful, there's 2 players waiting to take down your head. And now the retake for Online Kingdom is happening. It's 2-on-2 apiece, 2 CT, 2 construction, so a lot of angles to be checked and a lot of players to take down. Mango's good for 1. Gets traded immediately, and now it's all on Panda. Oh, through the smoke with the Galil takes down 2, but he doesn't know about the bomb. She is still holding the bomb, and there's the 13th round for Online Kingdom. What is happening with these ninja diffuses?
Oh my soul. Like, I honestly, this is great. This is great to see. Like, the players are really getting to the point where, you know, they're moving past the point where the strategies are really, really impactful. And it's mostly just the individual performances that we see coming out of these players. You know, the timing shots are there, the pre-fires are there. Everyone's really just performing at such a level right now, such a good peak. And honestly, I don't care who wins this one. Falls needs to get MVP this round. There's no way. Like, this man is just absolutely nuts. He's just hitting shots and flicks and going crazy. Like, we've seen such great performances. This guy's on 20 26 kills, by the way. 26 kills at this point. So once again, I don't care who wins this round. Fall's just been absolutely performing right here. And these teams, they have really stepped up their game energy. They have met an opponent that they were not expecting to meet tonight. Online Kingdom have stepped it up in such a huge way. They've been just performing absolutely amazingly here. And at the end of the day, whoever wins this, like, these teams did a really, really good job here today.
I don't think any of us were expecting to see an Online Kingdom at this caliber at this point. I mean, we knew that there was potential with Online Kingdom. They've got fantastic players, and now they've just seemed to iron out the kinks in their synergy, really, in their teamwork and the stances that they're taking. And this individual performance from players like Falls is honestly just leaving energy at a standstill at this point. But nonetheless, it's still pretty close. We've got 12-13 is our scoreline, and energy on the pistol round here, looking to take a quick pace onto the A bomb side. Oh, the weapon switch might be catching you off guard there, but nonetheless, all players still alive. And here's the take. Ruben left on site. He's got the backup from Kana and Sheer. So that is a good crossfire. I mean, it's a pistol round here for energy, so nonetheless, they weren't expecting much. Managing to take down a kill or two, but a kill or one actually. But nonetheless, it's looking good for Online Kingdom at this point.
Yeah, they are a step away from that match point, and that's looking really, really great. Online Kingdom have been, like we've been saying, doing a really, really good job here. And both of these teams really, really doing a huge performance up here in this match here on Inferno, and really a good match. This is what we were hoping for. This is what we were hoping to see here today, and they've given us quite a good performance here. So let's see who comes out with this one.
Ooh, it might just be energy as Panda starts us off with a quick little spray down, takes down 2 with that initial mid push, and they've got A side completely under their control. TheBeastBianchi actually getting the last little entry onto the A side there. So 13th round in the bag potentially for energy. We'll have to wait and see, as Rigor and Falls are still alive, and these have been the impactful players. They're going to look to save it. I mean, the economy is looking a little bit tight. We saw Ruben on that MP9. Naturally it was for the mid push, but not too much is lost. But it also speaks to the economy that they have to work with at this point, right?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the decision made here is a good one. Online Kingdom know they have the momentum in their favor at this point. To lose it now would be very heavy hitting for them. So instead of just giving away free guns, they're going to keep the AK, they're going to keep the AWP. A good decision all around. They're going to save it up. They have the armor as well. They've got a bit of util to save as well. So a good decision to save here. They did not need to push this one, and they know that. And especially for the fact that they are with that round lead. If they can keep on to this round now that they're going into, they get that match point, which secures at the very least a tie. So that is pretty much the best case scenario for that one. It looked like they were going to lose the round, so instead of just losing absolutely everything, they pad that loss up, they make sure they're carrying the guns over into the round, they make sure that they can put their forces into this one, because winning this one is very critical.
And I'm loving the timeout, because just look at the money right now for Online Kingdom. Ruben's sitting on 1.5K. I mean, there's a bit of armor, there's a bit of deagle in that potential there. But also there is your teammates that need to figure out, okay, who are we dropping? What are we doing? How are we setting up for this round? Because utility is going to be a little bit tight. Utility is not going to be at the... Actually, I say that Online Kingdom doing a pretty good job here of buying up. And I just wish, I wish there was a potential to drop teammates utility. Wouldn't that just be lovely? I mean, Rigwa's got that lovely little K there. He could use that for some good bit of utility for Ruben, nonetheless. Managing to actually get a full buy out of this, as Falls will still pick up the AWP there. And... we'll have to wait and see if they can just make that little bit of utility work to secure the match point. And energy once again taking some good pace here. Unfortunately not getting any sort of B control, as the utility there is wasting a lot of time instead. Let's take some quick A control. 4 players already up, and Kana around the smoke has to deal with TheBeastBianchi and Mango, who are just waiting for that flash to go through. Oh! Takes down 1, gets immediately traded there by Mango. There we go. This is what energy needs. We need to keep up these trades. And look at this. Turning around, going to CT. Rigwao is here, though. Can convert the 2K. My goodness gracious. Mango is still alive. B bomb site has actually been taken in the meanwhile. Oh, there we go, Panda. That's what you need to do. Hold down that flank. It's still a 2-on-2. It is still doable for either side at this point. When you be seeing Sheer and Ruben, they have to go for this. This is potentially your 15th round, and it is still doable. It's a 2-on-2. Bomb has still not yet been planted, so they've got some time. Oh, sorry. I thought we were swapping POVs here. But nonetheless, the bomb should be going down shortly. Ruben and Sheer, not quite sure yet where they're going. I do see Sheer still on the A-bomb side, which is peculiar to me. I think he's expecting them to rotate around, but nonetheless, it is going to be the wrong call as it is a B-bomb side plant. So a bit of a late rotation over there, nonetheless. Should be still good for those retake. No utility at their disposal, whereas Destroy still has a molly and a flash to use. Still has some time that he can waste with that. But we'll see. It's going to have to depend on who can hit the shots the best and who's looking at the right angles at the right time. And now Ruben, your sandwich between two players and Destroy is just playing out of his mind. Finishes it off with a 2K. Good work there from all of the players, really. I mean, hitting the shots that they needed to, keeping the trades, and Energy finally tying it out.
Yeah, that's a devastating round for Online Kingdom. They were looking so good. They looked like they almost had it in the bag. You know, when one of their players managed, I think it was Rigwell, managed to catch 2 out from behind. That was really, really great. But as soon as he got traded, things were looking a little bit shaky, and they weren't able to get into the site to rotate. Obviously, once the post-plant positions came out from Energy, it was a very difficult spot to be in. They didn't win the fight, and, well, they lost a round off the back of it. And now they've got pistols to try and stop Energy from evening this out. Or getting that 15th round, that match point. So this is very, very devastating and difficult for Online Kingdom right now.
Oh, you hate to see it, but unfortunately the economy is such a massive element of CSGO, and Online Kingdom just did not have enough of it. But we'll see. Pistols in hand, and Rigwound falls around the corner, potentially with the timing. We can get a couple of kills here. See what they can do, but Panda and Energy alike are just taking their time, clearing their corners, being so methodical. They should know that Online Kingdom are a bit strapped for cash at this point, so they're checking every single possible corner, which is great. Fixing all of those little mistakes that they were doing, and now Sheer actually taking down Lichlord. Destroyed is there to potentially just hold down, that B aggression, but that'll be an AK recovered, but this round does not seem winnable if I was Online Kingdom. Oh, especially not with that. TheBeastBianchi with the Kobe onto Sheer, so 2-1-4.
Yeah, it's pretty much a guaranteed match point at the moment for Energy. And honestly, I lament for Online Kingdom here. They've been so good at just bringing out a whole different side of them that we haven't seen yet. And it's been such a pleasure to watch, really it has. And for them not to be able to cross that finish line is really heartbreaking.
It's still possible for them to tie it out to make it the second, tie that we've seen thus far in Umzansi.
Yep.
So it's still possible. It's still going to be a good bit of points on the board that they definitely have been wanting to get. But going into this last round, let's look a little bit at what they have at their disposal. They're actually going to be able to buy up some rifles. I believe Ruben will be taking that AK that they recovered. So nonetheless, they have a bit of utility, not maybe, fully stacked as they would want it to be, but it's possible at this point to take this 15th round. They just need to be so careful of these Energy players when they're hitting their shots. I mean, like you said, you can't really analyze that to a point. I mean, that's just a 1v1 that's going to be lost because we're having people like Panda swinging left, right, and center and just opening up that B-bomb site like a can of worms, really. So we'll see if Online Kingdom can hold this defense. We've got 5 Energy players all heading towards this B-bomb site, so this is going to be a full frontal assault at this point. Utility is there. It's slowing them down a little bit, but look at this. Balls is completely pushed out of position. He doesn't have a teammate to help him, but somehow Rigwell through the smoke takes down 3, I say that. And now it's left on Destroyed in 1v3 as he takes down Rigwell. Finally, the trade is there, but he has to be careful. He wants to take this banana control, but Kana and Sheer are waiting, and there we go! Online Kingdom tying it out. My goodness, they have completely changed how they've been playing, and they're looking so good.
Yeah, what an absolutely insane set of rounds there. I do not know what to say. We were sitting here before the match began, just chatting about what would happen, maybe what we were going to see bringing out. And really, we did not expect to see this from Online Kingdom. They managed to just absolutely transform themselves into a whole nother team. We really saw them step up this game. They put an amazing show on for us today. And yeah, I mean, both of these teams really performing to such a high level. Energy, it's expected that we see them, but they still played really, really well at this point, as per usual. But it's really Online Kingdom that I want to highlight here for just really stepping it up from what we've seen from them before. A really, really good set of games, and you already know where my vote for MVP lies.
And honestly, just thank you to both of the teams. I mean, that was some beautiful Counter-Strike that we've seen. Such a close game so far. I mean, the second in the series actually ending in a tie there. So My goodness gracious. Thank you to both Energy and Online Kingdom. That was some superb CS, and I hope to see more of that. Nonetheless, let's hear from our casters. I mean, from our analysts. We are the casters.
Thank you so very much, Patchy and S-Proxy. What a game, dude. What a way to bring week number 4 to an end. I mean, that was incredible Counter-Strike. Through and through every single round.
Absolutely, the cherry to the cake that was brought by both the teams, the way
Oh,
they
yes.
played. I mean, when it started off initially, we thought that yes, Online Kingdom definitely has something
Oh, yeah.
that they have to offer for us, and then Energy came right back in, but Falls, oh my goodness, like Patchy
Wow.
mentioned, has to be the MVP.
Dude, not once, not twice, 3 different times. That dude's grenades, that dude's sheer skills, proven wonderful for the team of Online Kingdom indeed. But on the other side, of course, I mean, when it comes to the entire lineup from both the teams,
Yeah.
it was a miraculous play. I mean, there were so many moments throughout where it seemed almost as if Energy's got this. Energy is certainly moving on with a very good momentum, but then Online Kingdom would go on that tactical, come back along, and here you go.
Well, if you talk about Energy, it was again Panda who was shining through, and we across this entire map we saw a lot of individual plays coming up, even from Falls, from Panda, Rig, wow, really stepping it
Wow.
up, and there was one moment where actually Online Kingdom did have a chance when it was 13 to 14, where they took those initial 2 kills, they traded it off. It was a 2v2 situation.
Yes.
That late rotation really cost them the round. Had one of their players would have gone to its B bomb side, things could have changed.
Boy, oh boy, but indeed nothing taken away from this match or either of these teams, because the Counter-Strike that we witnessed today was phenomenal coming in from both the sides, and indeed it did showcase a completely different side of Online Kingdom, as Patchy mentioned during the cast itself. And with that, of course, the draw is what has been brought between these two teams. That, of course, implies the story, as far as the leaderboard is concerned, is going to be flinging along a little bit, because, of course, we did see Energy Esports with 2 games that they have played,
Yeah.
having won those. Now it's going to be a little bit of a backstory, perhaps.
I mean, I really thought that this might be an easy win for Energy,
Right.
and we all had our cards up for them. But the way they played, the way Online Kingdom came back in, they were never giving up. Those
Yes.
timeouts being taken at the right moment, and then just coming after that, all those eco rounds being utilized to
Wow.
perfection. And on 2 occasions, I saw those eco rounds actually coming in for a huge surprise in for Energy Gaming. So they could not really understand as to how to tackle it back, because there were moments where I felt they were not just inside the game,
Right.
and there were moments and I was like, whoa, that happened. And never to forget the knife kill.
Wow, oh yes, indeed. That was another wonderful little thing, but it just came, or rather came in a bit too late, because the round was already won. But indeed, I mean, throughout, it was every single round you are at the edge of your seat, because it seems like it's a 2v1 situation, rather a 3v1 situation, and it's an easy round in the bag, but you're still at the edge of your seat, because suddenly comes in a grenade, and before you know it, it's an equal 1v1. Now what's going to happen, mate? And I mean, every single round, like I keep on repeating myself like a broken record. But another thing to talk about along with that is a wonderful stat that this is the second ever draw that we witnessed in the Umzansi Esports League. The first one was, of course, Sinister going against Gentlemen. That was last weekend, and this weekend we have another draw.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that, we can see it's 15 all to both these teams, and nothing really putting them apart. And I mean, if that would not have go for the eco round, then things would have been better.
Absolutely. With that, now let's segue into that storyboard, as I called it. It is, of course, the leaderboard that I'm talking about, and let's find out how has the story changed for this team of Online Kingdom.
Well, now they find themselves on the 6th position, but Energy Esports, a team that was really hoping to go on top after this game,
Right.
will have to, wait a tad bit longer. Will have to win the next game, perhaps. And Sinister and the Gentlemen, these two teams have been also playing phenomenally well, and they have draw each for themselves as well.
Absolutely. These are the teams, or rather, these are the 2 teams that we witnessed last Sunday go up against each other, Sinister 5 against Gentlemen. But next weekend, we're going to be witnessing Sinister 5 go up against Energy Esports. Now, that's going to be another wonderful match to witness.
Yeah, that is definitely gonna be tight, and eyes will be again on Panda. And alongside, I would really expect the other players to step up as well, because Counter Strike, all these games are definitely a team game. You need to have those utilities right. You need to know how to use your economies well. So yes, let's see what is going to happen next week.
Absolutely. With that, we do reach the end of our stream for today. It was a wonderful action-packed performance, starting right off the bat with FIFA moving all the way into Counter-Strike. Every single game that was some other different story to tell. And with that, we also reached the end, or rather completion, of 4 weeks of Umzansi's Esports League indeed. Of course, for those of you who are on Jinx TV, thank you so very much for tuning in, and all the others who are joining us on Facebook, on YouTube, all the other platforms. Certainly hope you guys enjoyed. Do not forget to follow us and hashtag Umzansi, and let us know what your thoughts have been of the previous 4 weeks, because from now on and on forward, we are just going to be aggressing along as one after the other. The weekends are going to be looking at that many more aggressive gameplays coming in from all of these wonderful games. With that, we do reach the end of our stream for today. Thank you so very much for tuning in. I'm your host, Blotto. Until the next weekend, take care, stay awesome, bye bye.